Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I am your host, GameChanger. All right. So I know I haven't been on for a while. And the reason for that is just so y'all know how I operate. Um, when I see something interesting on YouTube that's consistent with the subject matter that I talk about here on my channel, which is relationships, particularly Black relationships, I cover it. The reason that I haven't been on is because I haven't come across anything interesting lately, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I know that you had the baton thing and you had, there's a couple other things, but I didn't really see much worth in covering something like that, especially something that's over covered like that. That's just what it is. Hit the like button. Hit the like button for me. About to get into this. So that's just didn't really see the need for all that. Now, we do have something today. I haven't really been watching YouTube, to be perfectly honest. Um, and it's not because I'm jaded from the content, even though I'm probably heading towards that direction. It's because of all of this politics stuff that's going on. All of the politics just made me want to tune out, but I've been tuned out of everything: television, corn. I've just been tuned out of everything, all types of digital entertainment. So it's nothing personal, but there are some people that I rock with, and um, and I'll catch their stuff if just not to support. So I'm going to cover two of those people today, actually three of those people today. All of them just happen to be female. Actually, if I have time, I'm going to cover one more from Mediocre Tutorial and Reviews. All of them just so happen to be female content creators, and yeah, that's that. Now, in turning this on, I did come across some interesting stuff about cooking with Kaya that I'll probably cover very, very, very soon. But what I'm gonna need from y'all is I'm gonna need y'all to hit that like button, and we could definitely get into that. So now, before everything, I'm not gonna do a shorter today. I'm just going to cover one of the people that I was telling you that I watched and that I will cover. So stay tuned for that. Let's see. I think her name is Olivia Alexa. Yeah, here we go. Olivia Alexa. I don't really watch her like that. Probably because she don't have long form content, but this caught my eye with really literally within the last 10 minutes. So decided to cover this because it's going to be pertinent to something that I'm going to mention later.
For a woman, the most powerful way of getting male attention also happens to be the easiest. Just strip down and put your body on display. But as social media and things like OnlyFans make it even easier for women to leverage and incentivize their sexuality, we're starting to see a new kind of female hypocrisy manifest online. These are the women that will tell you how much they hate being objectified, yet have no problem being objectified by the top percentile of guys they actually want, or when it brings them easy money and attention. Any woman with an Instagram profile full of half-naked thirst traps or a profile with an OnlyFans link in her bio has embraced that hypocrisy, and she uses it to her advantage. She's got no problem feeding off of the monetization of her body once she realizes how easy and profitable it can be. But while she enjoys the attention and validation her sex appeal brings, it creates a real challenge, filtering out low quality men to find the ones whose attention she actually desires. From an evolutionary perspective, women feel a natural repulsion known as mate avoidance towards unwanted sexual attention from men who she views as undesirable. It's a biological safety switch that kicks in when she encounters a man she's not interested in. And women
Okay. I was curious about this and this whole mate avoidance thing. So I looked it up, and it seems like something that animals do. And it's not really psychological, it's more biological, but it's, I think that she kind of missed the mark when she was talking on that, but she is hitting on something else. Listen, scarcity equals value. And I think that that's what she was getting at. It's not that it's okay. There really isn't a reason to say that women avoid men that they aren't attracted to. There isn't a psychological, depth that you have to go to come to that conclusion. You don't have to, it doesn't take Freud. It doesn't take, one of those university psychologists with all the other students. Like, yes, this is how you dig into this crazy. You don't really have to do all that to just say women aren't attracted to the men women aren't attracted to. Now, what does require thorough psychological investigation, well, not really that much, but a little bit more, is why are they not attracted to so many men, such a large population of men? And that is something that you should really dig deep into, especially since it has changed from recent times. So I think that is somewhat, it's due to technology, but there's a lot of other things. But I think that's what she was hinting towards, but she kind of missed the mark when she really gave a fancy label to women aren't attracted to the men that they're not attracted to. It kind of reminds me of Calvin Candy saying, well, I don't sell the the ninjas that I don't want to sell. It's like, well, that's pretty obvious. Hit the like button.
Men leading with their sexuality constantly juggle this. What she doesn't realize is that men of substance might look, but they will never take her serious. They immediately know she's not wife material based on how she presents herself. Her real issue is that the men she wants are very rare, like a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, she's flooded with low quality guys eager for just a glimpse of skin, flooding her comments and DMs. Yes, these men give her validation, but the ones she desires, the actual men of value and substance, have already moved on because they see right through the facade. Attention is currency. And women know this. And there's a class of women who have found a new use for the attention that they don't want.
It's true that attention is currency. The more subscribers you got, the more money you make and platforms. So in modern society, attention is currency. Let's not hide the fact that women don't get off on attention without the money. That they like attention without the money. Let's not hide that.
How? By making men compete for it, letting the strongest ones win. This taps into the natural competitive streak men naturally have, driven by our woman's sexuality. It ties very closely into an idea in evolutionary psychology called the trade-off hypothesis. Women are always on the lookout for bigger, better options, and signaling her sexuality is one way of making it known that she's available. If this sounds like women are capitalizing on their sexuality, it's because they are. That's women's natural mating and survival instincts manifested in today's world, amplified by social media, which makes it even easier to see their bullshit on display. Thirst traps are just a bolder form of sexual signaling, trying to pull attention from every type of guy. At the end of the day, it's all a game. Women know how to leverage their sexuality for attention, validation, and profit, but they also struggle with the consequences because the men they truly want see right through the act and move on, while the low quality guys flood their DMs. So the question is, which one do you want to be? So with that being said, until the next video, I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Okay, so yeah, she kind of ended abruptly. Caught me off guard. Let me stop the screen share on that. Well, y'all hit that like button. So yeah, she has some points there. Definitely didn't agree with everything that she was saying, but she does have some points there about the whole trade up thing. I don't agree when she says, hold on, went to the next one. I don't agree what she says about the whole compete. She said, because you're not really competing directly against the men. It's she's basically creating options so that she can have more to choose from. So say you have guy A, guy B, right? And is guy A or guy B actually competing with each other, or are they just, being themselves and she's picking the one that she feels is best for her? I don't really, especially if it's online, I don't really think that that's a competition. Not in the way that many think of the word. All right, so Next, we are going to go into something I seen today with Chantel Simone. Now, she's been posting a lot of pre-recorded videos. She does like 3 a day, like 2 hours apart. So they do help me get through the day, and I watch to support, as I recommend that y'all do as well. Shout out to Sweet Melody Media. I hope that she starts doing videos again. All right, let's see. Okay, so, and this goes into why I titled the video that I did, because she has like a lot of commentary, and I wanted to give a men's perspective of it, because women like Chantel and like this, what's her name? Olivia Alexa woman, they're on some, what's the word I'm looking for? They think that a woman can solve her dating problems, or the main problem that she has is that she shows too much titty online. Um, that may be a deterrence from some decent dudes that she's looking for. Um, but I don't think that it's the sole reason that they're having problems. I don't think that that's what it is. And I do think that the women who are doing this aren't necessarily looking for the guys who are deterred by such a thing. So and there is a large portion of men who it's really not that big a deal. Take me, for example. Do a woman lose like wifey points? Do they lose, let's call it Madonna points for doing that? Absolutely. Would I not strongly consider cooking with Kaya? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would give her an opportunity for obvious reasons. Some of it being food, but I would give her a choice for obvious reasons. And then if she can make up the points that she loses for being overexposed, then she made up for those points. It's kind of like if you do bad on a test or something, but you make up for the points other ways, you do extra credit or something like that, you can still get the A. It's not that, okay. The word I'm looking for is deal breaker. It's not the deal breaker for a lot of men that I think that Chantel and Deschanel think that it is. Not Deschanel. Maybe she looked like her, but Olivia Alexa thinks it is. So just some thoughts for me. So I'm going to get into this video from Chantel. Then I'm going to do Danica. Then I'm going to do mediocre tutorial reviews, and we'll call it a day from there. What y'all going to do is y'all going to hit that like button, and we'll get into it. Now, to be fair, I haven't seen the Danica Marie and the mediocre tutorial reviews one, but I have seen this, so fair use.
And they literally don't want to get you no flowers. They don't want to take you on no dates. All they want to do is ask you what you're doing all day long and tell you lies. Like, I'm over it.
I feel her frustration. Getting that WYD text message is the most annoying thing. But of course, they don't want to ask why. Notice she didn't say why are men so we can give her the answer. She just won't complain.
Real quick before I go into classes, I'm already late. But
okay. Gonna cover the first one. Yes, it is kind of lame that if you do the WYD text, but the problem is that everything is lame to modern women, and it's not because you're lame. Even if you are, that's not the case. Like, it's just two things going bad if you just so happen to be a lame dude. But nothing you can say to a modern woman is going to be new, insightful, or interesting, because they literally have heard, if she looks anything worth anything, She has literally heard it all before, especially an icebreaker. And that's what, WYD is. That is an icebreaker. That is something that you say just to, you know, start a conversation. The reason why she's tired of it is because she heard it from 100 guys, because she's been talking to 100 guys, because at some point she has given her number out to 100 guys. So you say WYD and she's like, I've heard that 100 times before. He's like, yeah, but I only said it once. But that's with anything. That's with hello. It's just a freaking greeting. Grow up. It's their fault for being overexposed. That's what online dating, mating, that's what it does to them. It overexposes to them. It's like, hey, how you doing? Oh gosh, you know how many guys say, hey, how you doing? So what can you say that she hasn't heard before? You need to just start texting bras, weeble wobble bee, and see what they respond to. Like, yeah, you haven't heard that one before, huh? Just text them some words that don't make any freaking sense. Just give them an African, it's ridiculous that they come at you like you saying the same thing over and over and over again because they heard the same thing over and over again. That is not your fault. And that's why there's a lot of ghosting and stuff going on, because it's not just WID. It's anything that you say. It's anything that you say to just casually try to break the ice. And then if you try to say something that's an outlier, you run the risk of just showing that you have conflicting personalities, or just coming off as weird because you're not consistent to what she has classified as normal. So you're just an outlier. You're weird. So yeah, that's what the dating market is. That's what I'm saying. Once a woman is overexposed, she may be unattainable, even if she's trying, even if she knows, even if she don't know it. But yeah, if you're getting pissed off of, what you're doing, that's like getting pissed off of hello. Like, that's kind of what they do. I always wondered what it would be like to live like right next to Mormon or Jehovah Witness church, and yours is like the first door. And yours is like the first door that they knock on. You're gonna hear the same thing over and over. Okay, listen. But it's not their fault. It's their first time knocking on your door.
Can someone explain to me why men will see you in person out, have multiple opportunities to interact with you, right? I'm not talking about we at a Usher concert and it's thousands of people and you see me across the room. I'm talking about we're in a small, intimate setting. We're at a lounge. We're at a bar. We're at a Friendsgiving. Whatever the case may be.
Okay. I'm not going to classify her as ugly. I am not going to, I can't really see her body, so anything like that. And I'm not going to classify her as cute as well. I am going to say that I love braces, and she has them. I am not going to ignore that. I love braces, especially when they have like the red, green, or blues like stuff in it. I don't know what that stuff is. Like the rubber bands and crap that's colorful. The whole trap jaw, metal mouth thing. I love it. I love it. So I'm gonna give her her due on just having braces.
Right? They see you for hours. They don't show any interest. They don't say anything. And then when the night is over, after they've seen you all night, had multiple opportunities to interact with you, they get on their phone and send you a message. Or they send your friend a message to be like, yo, your friend that had the blue shirt tell her, like, you saw me all night and said nothing? Why? Why do men do that? Can somebody explain to me? Is it fear? Is it anxiety? Is it like you're afraid of rejection? You're intimidated? Why? Like, what do we think? What do y'all think we're going to do? Like, it can only go two ways. She could say, hey, yeah, I'm interested. Or she could say, oh, no, sorry, I'm not. Like, that part just, I don't get it. Tell me why.
You know,
Okay, I'm going to give my commentary, then I'll have Chantel give hers, and then I'll give my commentary on Chantel's commentary. But she is coming off as, feel free to message any comments that you have. She is coming off as, I want the guy that I want to approach me when I want him to approach me, which is an extraordinarily high level of entitlement. That is just a ridiculous amount, and that is an advantage of being the approacher. You approach, on your own time and on your own circumstances. She wants the guys to do so under her time and under her circumstance. Now, the question is why? Well, the same reason why you want him to do it is the same reason that he don't want to do it on your terms and on your circumstances. Okay, what's the difference to you if he approaches you during the event, during the quote unquote Friendsgiving? And what a Friendsgiving is when you are a person who don't have direct access to your family because you live somewhere else, or you're a person with a very small family. So instead of having a regular Thanksgiving where you gather around with family and y'all hold hands and y'all do the prayer, even though y'all don't say prayer, y'all don't pray before you eat the other 365 days of the year, 364 days of the year, but you do it that day. So that's the traditional Thanksgiving. The Friendsgiving is when a group of friends do that, absent, extended family. So that's what the Friendsgiving is. So what does that mean? It means that you're there in a setting with a group of friends, a small group of friends, a relatively small group of friends. He doesn't know you. He doesn't know if you're seeing somebody. He doesn't know if you are already seeing somebody that he knows or that he knows that you know. He don't know any of that. Like he could hit on you and be like, oh yeah, man, that's Bryce girl. Remember dude we went to college with? He couldn't make it to the Friendsgiving thing, but his girl came with us because his girl and my girl are friends. And you just hit on her. And you're gonna see Bryce again. Like that's what's going on. That's why guys don't do stuff like that, in situations like that. I mean, but that's one of the many reasons. Another reason is that she could just shoot you down and then, you got to sit there and look at her all night. You got to sit there in the uncomfortable situation, which is what she wants. And she, the reason why she wants you to do it then and not after the event is so she can have something to talk about to other women during the event. Let's be clear on that. So she can have something to talk about, because what's the difference really? What's the difference? The guy that you want hit on you. The guy that you want inquired about you. The guy that you want asked to get to know you. You should be happy with that, but instead you're like, oh, how come he didn't do it earlier? Why does it matter?
It's so funny because she answered her question herself. When she talked about, is it fear? Is it anxiety? Are you intimidated? That is it. Because a lot of y'all walking around acting like your shit can't make bully beef sandwich, acting like that men are intimidated by you. And you give off that energy. You give off, I'm a black woman. I'm a strong black woman and I deserve everything. So of course, men are not going to want to approach. It would be best if them shoot you a quick message, but they don't want to spoil their whole entire night. And they know it's going to be awkward just in case you are one of those unbearable Black woman, or just modern
Yeah.
women, because it's not exclusive to race. So if you're just one of those unbearable modern women who act like that shit can make Bully B's sandwich and he gonna ruin his entire night, it might as well put you in the corner until the night is over and then him link you later. To me, that makes sense. But it's so funny that she answered her question in the question without even realizing it.
Yo, you know what I know?
Okay. So her response is similar to mine. I really didn't pick up on any type of, oh, by the way, Chantel got some braces too, but I really didn't pick up on anything like that. But you know, she's a woman with her own gauge for something like that she was arrogant or anything like that. But it does make sense. And also, there's a subtle way that you go about doing that, especially when you're dealing in friends of friends situation, especially when there is a toll to be taken by the man to get rejected. Because this isn't just like, you know, you see her at Home Depot, you shoot your shot, you get shot down, and you never see her again. This is not that. I can only say yes or no, which is really, it's like, yes, you can just say yes or no, and then you could tell all of your friends, and you know, some of whom are entwined with his friends, and you know, and it can become an issue. So, and it can, like Chantel said, it can ruin his night. So she knows that, and she still don't really act a certain. She still don't really behave in an inviting manner. And that's another thing. There are ways to handle situations like that. You know, it's like, okay, he's not just going to you know, just holler at you like he's seen you at the gas station and he's never going to see you again. He's not going to do that, because he is going to see you again, at least for the rest of the night. So that method is out. So what approach would work? How should you, as the woman, make things more comfortable with him? Be more inviting. Like every time y'all sit down or something like that, you make sure that you sit next to him. Maybe even offer him a plate. Like, you know, hey, you need anything? You know, and just make it clear. Choosing signals. Flirting. This whole you're a man, which means that I, as a woman, should not do anything, and you should approach me. Not only should you do the approaching, you should do it when I want you to. Just like he had every opportunity, you know, in the Friendsgiving situation. He had every opportunity. You had every opportunity to invite him to approach you.
Notice men in this generation don't want girlfriends and wives. They want baby mamas and situationships. Like, they don't want real commitment anymore. They don't want to connect with a woman on a deeper, more emotional level. No, they just want somebody they can do it with without the commitment.
Mm-hmm.
They want access to you and your body without the commitments. That way, when they messing with other girls, they could turn around and say, oh, but we not married. We not in a relationship. Why you tripping? And then it doesn't make sense to me, because men would say marriage is too much of a commitment, but having a baby's not. Getting 3 different women pregnant is not.
All right, I'll pause it, especially since it looks like a commercial is coming up. All right. What she's saying is not unique to whatever generation she's in. It's not unique to that. The bonnet is unique to her generation.
First of all, who the hell she messing with?
The bonnet is unique to her generation, and it's not something that men like, but I don't think that she cares, which is unique to your generation. And it's probably a byproduct of what was going on during my generation, but that's a whole nother story. But anyway, man, what she's doing is she's complaining about hookup culture, and she don't really understand. She don't really understand that food comes from dirt. That fruits and vegetables come from dirt. And animals come from eating the stuff that came from dirt. It comes from dirt. It comes from worms. It comes from a different source. It's like a caterpillar and a butterfly. It's like, oh, I can't. I hate caterpillars, but I want butterflies. Here's where I'm going with this. Hit the like button. Here's where I'm going with this. Marriages started from men wanting to hit it. Point blank, period. Marriages start that way. It's like, yeah, these guys, they want to sleep with me, but they don't want to marry you. What? Because they don't know you. They don't know you. And yes, what they know about you, the little that they know about you, is that they want to put their penis inside of you. That is what they know about you. Now, in the process of their desire to do that, they have an opportunity to learn to see if you have things to offer besides that. But until then, all they know is that you have that to offer. She's in like a catch-22 that she puts herself in. And a lot of women who are older and even smarter than her are in that. So I can't really say it's a stupidity thing. I think it's really just like a woman thing. Because essentially what she's saying, without knowing that she's saying it, is that I want a man that don't want to sleep with me, but want to marry me. That is ridiculous. I'm going to repeat that. I want a man that don't want to sleep with me, but he wants to marry me. You're not going to find that. Well, you will find that, but it'll come in the form of a rainbow guy that's looking for a beard. Or looking to have kids. One of those rainbow guys that just will turkey baster a kid out of you. And then y'all, like that situation, yes. But generally speaking, you're not going to find that. I mean, you're trying to like catch a fish without a worm on the hook, without bait on the hook. Bait is nasty, but it's what's needed to catch a fish. Dirt is nasty, but it's what's needed to catch food. Somebody said word to Mississippi. No word to Mississippi, because they actually eat the dirt. Like, you're not supposed to eat the dirt. The fruit and vegetables is supposed to eat the dirt. And then the animals eat the fruit and vegetables and you eat the animals. You're not supposed to. No, there's no word to Mississippi. They're eating the food of food of food. Don't eat dirt. And don't sleep with your cousin. Never going to Mississippi. Never going to Mississippi. All right, let's see what Chantal has to say about this.
Why are you messing with a man who has 3 baby mamas, sis? But you know what? They can blame their OnlyFans for that. Blame your inappropriate pictures on Instagram for that. Men aren't going to wife you up when you're giving it away for free, when you're showing it to everybody. You carry yourself like a 304. So who's going to want to wife up a 304? And it's a culture where slut walk is accepted. Woman, my body, my choice is accepted. So why would men want to wife up women in a culture where a woman showing her butt cheeks? Y'all remember when Kiki Palmer went outside with her butt cheeks out the door, and look how women back it up. Look at the dress. Oh, if I can find this picture, I'll post it right here. Sierra's dress. Sierra, very inappropriate outfit. And women supporting this. So what man in his right mind
Got him!
would want to wife up anybody in this culture? Like, we really need to stop thinking as if we're the victim as women and start realizing how we cause men to back up. Like, honestly, and it's not even on no pick me, because I know that's what y'all love. And the simple fact that y'all will hear this and come over here and call me pick me, even just, it shows y'all limitation. It's not even on no pick me BS. It's on like straight up. We do live in a culture where women are encouraged to show off their body, and then y'all really worried why men don't want to wife you guys up. What?
I don't think men like women.
Okay. Though there's truth to what Chantel said, as far as the women do lose points if they're overexposed on social media in a lewd way. They do lose points. For some men, it's a deal breaker. Obviously, from the way he talks, at least, with mediocre tutorial reviews, it is definitely a deal breaker. And some men, it's not a deal breaker. And I'm going to give an example of this, an example being Devon Franklin. Not Devon Franklin, but I mean, he would be an example, but Jonathan Majors. To me, I think Jonathan Majors is a great wife, or excuse me, Megan Good, it would be a great wife for him. And she is an extraordinarily beautiful woman. You know, top 10, definitely. And however, and this is probably not her favorite thing to do, but she gets roles that requires that she sauce it up a bit. So he has to weigh the good and the bad. Now, after weighing the good and bad, especially for him, she definitely comes out on top, something fierce. Okay, what I'm saying, and this is the Chantel to what she was saying, it's not necessarily the deal breaker. And I don't want women to have the impression that modesty is going to guarantee the results that you're looking for. That men are just going to completely ignore the Megan Goods of the world and go for the more covered women, the women in the burqas. We're not that simplistic. We're not. And I wish that finding a decent woman would be something as simple as just go for the woman who's the most covered. It's a lot more complicated than that. It's a point system, and yes, the woman does lose points, but those points can be made up for. It goes into what I was saying, that it all starts with his desire to want to hit it. And yeah, this Sierra Russell Wilson thing, she came naked with kids. Like, she loses a lot of points.
Women anymore. I don't think that men desire us women anymore. Us real women. I don't think that they.
She's got a shiny forehead.
I don't think that they value us like they used to. Men aren't really putting out effort. They're not putting out any type of effort like they used to.
Ties in back to the previous clip. As I said, women don't act.
Okay. Wow. She wants men to value her. The problem is that women don't really have value to a man. Here's where I'm going with this. If you're a single woman, what value are you bringing to any man? You see, a woman is valuable to the man that she is in a relationship with if she is valuable to him. Like a man with a good woman, like grandma and grandpa or something. Grandpa could say he values grandma. He don't value every other woman on the planet. No, he values grandma because grandma is valuable to him. you're saying that why aren't men valuing you as if you are giving him value, which is ridiculous. They don't value us anymore. You're not in a relationship. And I know that because you're having this discussion. So you're not in a relationship. And when you are, you're still less valuable than grandma was. But even that, you're not in a relationship. So what value do you hold to him? Like, it's weird. Like, if I see you on the street, you feel that I should value you? I mean, and don't get me wrong. It's like if you got hit by a car or something, I would value, I value you as a living, breathing, tax-paying citizen of the world. But it's really, I don't, you hold no value to me. And in some cases, you hold less value. In some cases, you hold negative value because if I'm in Target and you're in line in front of me, you are making the line longer. That's negative value. But what value do you give me? So that's weird that she thinks of it that way. But what she's really saying is she wants more guys to approach. I can't stand that they want more guys to approach. And the reason why is because you only need one. Now, she's not here saying that I want the right guy to approach. Because I get it. You've probably had guys approach, but, you probably had guys approach. I'm sorry, that forehead. That forehead. Jesus. It's making me lose my train of thought. So I'm going to look away for a bit. So you probably had guys approach. And these just weren't the right guys. But you're not saying I want the right guys to approach. You just want more guys to approach. And that's because you feel valued by guys approaching you. But unless you are engaging romantically or giving value to any of these guys, you are not valuable to these guys. You're looking for the feeling of value. Let's see what Chantel has to say.
With class no more. They don't have no kind of decency. Y'all show your body to anybody who will be looking. Check out y'all Instagram.
Holy
check out
crap,
y'all TikTok. Many of y'all walking around like.
All right, Chantel. I gotta be fair and balanced. I got to. Well, I'm not gonna say what I was thinking, but that should be reserved for someone who's displaying her body. I'll say that. Once again, she's a woman, so is the person speaking. So maybe Chantel is picking up on something that I am not. And it's also that Chantel probably seen her whole damn Instagram. So yeah. So I'll give it the benefit of the doubt.
Streetwalkers have no class. So of course men aren't going to treat you like ladies no more. Why is it so difficult for them to comprehend this?
Taking a girl on a date becomes an issue. Spending money on a woman is an issue. You should have your own money as a woman. Going out to do something fun is an issue. Why don't you just come over to the house and we could do something in the house? I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm from New York, but I see women all over the globe complain about what's happening with men nowadays.
And y'all are the common denominator. Like,
okay, I definitely want to get Chantel's take on that, but and the reason why I do mine first is because I watched this once. Chantel and I agree on a lot, and if I say something that she later says, I want to make it appear as if I wasn't just copying what she said. But we're going to agree. That's just what it is. Now, the woman who's speaking, she's of an age to where men did not do that as a regular practice of chivalry her whole damn life. Like this whole men used to, not in your entire life did men do that as a standard practice. Not in your entire life did men show up to your front door with a dozen roses as a standard practice. Not in your entire life. So especially in New York. So miss me with this whole, men used to do blah 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 blah. Listen, that's like a dude who's 20 years old saying, "What happened to moving into the neighborhood and the church ladies of the neighborhood baked you a pie, and every time you moved into a new house, you got like 18 pies." Like, okay, that didn't happen in your lifetime. So let's not kid ourselves. Let's not saying that you are suffering from a cultural change that that you've experienced one behavior from men and now you're not experiencing it. What you are saying is that I want men to behave in a traditional manner while I continue to be a modern woman. That's what you want to say. And the reason why is because men are slowly learning, because men are stupid. Men are slowly learning that you can't mix a traditional man with a modern woman. It just doesn't work. Nor can you mix a traditional woman with a modern man. That doesn't work either. That's how peas are made. It just doesn't work. And really, there's nothing traditional about dating. And this is how I know you're not traditional. There's nothing traditional about dating for an extended period of time. At all. There's nothing traditional about dating for an extended period of time, meaning that, I go on one date. Okay. Think of it like a job website, like Indeed, Dice, or Monster, something like that. And I don't know if they're doing this now, but imagine if there was a company that just kept posting but never hired. They never hired. They're just there collecting resumes and not only are they collecting interviews, they're actually wanting you to interview in a traditional way, meaning the way that they did it back in the 80s, meaning that they actually want you to not a Zoom meeting interview, where you just wear what you want and display your skills, depending on the job type that you're working for. No, they want you to wake up early in the morning, put on the suit and cologne and a tie and stuff like that, and then get your hair cut, and then march in or walk into the interview with the 3-piece suit on, like Kevin Samuels, or fake Kevin Samuels like Obsidian. They want you to do that, but they're going to continue to be a modern company. They're still going to just sit there and post and not hire anybody. That is what you are advocating for, and there's a reason why people aren't doing that anymore. And that is because fewer and fewer dates are actually leading to relationships. Hit the like button. I'm going to repeat that. Fewer and fewer dates are actually leading to relationships. So it's natural that men are going to reduce the effort per date because we have to date a lot more.
At no point self-reflection comes to you and say, wait, are women real women anymore? Are the women of our times behaving like the women in our grandma, great grandma days? Are they covering themselves these days? Like, honestly, it blows my mind why y'all can't connect the dots.
Is it women that's not making themselves desirable anymore? Because there are beautiful women out here, beautiful women, ambitious women, caring women, nurturing women who are outside looking for love, and men that just can't keep up with that. Like,
Okay. Dang it. All right, commercial. But anyway, there are beautiful women outside looking for love, and men cannot keep up with that. Okay. I can't
All right, so she's
hold on. I can't stand how they put themselves in the most favorable light when they describe the dating market. Oh, we are just out here looking for love, and men can't handle a woman that's looking for. Holy crap! Sprinkle, sprinkle. Like what? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Modern women are not looking for love. That is and she knows that. Even if she is quote unquote one of the good ones, she would know that she's a rarity. I tell you what, I want y'all to offer this challenge, especially if you're single. Or actually, you can only do this if you're single. Because I actually did this to Danica Marie. I didn't do anything to her. I offered to challenge to her. Um, and she wasn't on the same ish that this chick is, but she was probably cutting it close. Um, to where it's like, okay, is there somebody in your friend group that you would introduce me to? And that will shut women like this up. If there are so many decent women just looking for love out there, then introduce me to one, just one, because you should have like a whole bridge club, or a whole church pew full of these chicks, right? 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 But do you really? What about your friends? If you're that type of girl and birds of a feather, where are the other birds that you are flocking with? No, it's all kind of pigeons, ravens, and crows, and eagles. Shout out to Cynthia G. It's all kind of crap like that. But no, it's not. Stop trying to make it seem like y'all are the same women that y'all were 60 years ago. We are just good church women trying to find a decent man. No, no, you are not. You can't find one in your own friend group that is like that.
started to pivot in the right direction, and then she went right back because she's like, there are beautiful women, caring women out here looking for love. Okay, you're looking for love, but are you ladylike? Are you decent? Are you classy? Do you carry yourself like a wife? Not because you're beautiful don't mean you're wifey material. We should know this. And then let us talk about the wig and the makeup. Are you really beautiful?
Dang, she is cold.
Are you?
They're not.
She is cold. Yeah, I did mention the shiny forehead. It shines so brightly. I would be afraid that she has like half of Professor Xavier's powers and that she was like reading my mind and crap. I would be worried that she's doing that, especially if she's in a wheelchair. I would be worried that she could because not only, I mean, it's shiny. It's just so shiny. It's like, look at this. She got the sunroof open to being on the top of the shininess. But then, and then there's the weave and makeup that Chantel brought up. I'll be honest, it does sound wronger when Chantel brings that up because apparently Chantel doesn't have to wear makeup. And she's not wearing weave. So it really it's really like on some natural beauty. You don't. I mean, it comes off as that. It comes off as, well, I guess it could be the same thing because I could be like, I got a hairline. So yeah, but she cold with it. She cold with it.
They're not communicating with them. They're not willing to hang out and do fun things. What happens to the fun in life? What happened to life being exciting and fun and, you know, going out and discovering the world? What are y'all doing? What are y'all men doing other than that? What are y'all doing?
Dang, look at the look on Chantel's face.
What are y'all doing? Like, what are all y'all men doing? What are y'all doing? If it has nothing to do with a woman, what are y'all doing?
Holy crap.
Are y'all working?
Okay, I see why she has that expression.
Because we're working too. Women are also working. And we still can do things. We still can go on vacations. We can still go out to eat. Why are us women...
Wait a minute. Wait, I have to pause it because she's saying too much. It's too cringe. So apparently, because we're not really checking for you like that, we must not be eating, is what she's saying. What are y'all doing if not trying to get at me? Are y'all eating? What? Are y'all going out? Yes, we're going places and we're eating food still. Believe it or not, we still eat food without you. What are you doing if not trying to get into my pants? Is what she's saying. Like men don't exist if we're not trying to put our penis in you. Like we just hibernate when we're not. And this even goes to the guys that that play video games or even play basketball with other guys. Neither of which I do. But or even if you watch TV, it doesn't matter. There are things in this world that men do that don't involve you. To just sit there and think that if you are not doing stuff with me, for me, to get me, you are not doing anything. You are not enjoying life. How can you possibly enjoy life without me? Now, all of the previously mentioned things, is something that men typically do without women. So, yes, we do enjoy life without you. In fact, I'm not even going to say that, but wow, just to think like she's upset that men are not as miserable as she wants them to be without her. I'm going to repeat that. She's upset that men are not as miserable as she would like for them to be without her. She's upset that men have found happiness without her. And the reason why she's asking, what are you doing without me? Look at the look of disgust on Chantel's face. The reason why she's asking for what do men do without her is because so she can down that. So she can make it seem like, oh, it's so much better with me. No, it's not, because it's not actually with you. Yes, a guy who is playing video games would probably rather have his penis on your mouth because it looks like you have good head. Y'all see that? Good head. but no, it's not that. Actually, ideally, I think that he want to do that while he's playing video games. Quick story. I had a woman who, over the phone, she was bragging about doing that, right? This was somewhere in the neighborhood of the early aughts, right? The early 2000s. And she was like, I love doing that while my boyfriend plays video games, right? So I was like, okay, bet. I'm not much into video games, but that does seem like fun, right? Go over to her house. She was with it, right? But here's the caveat. Here's the caveat. And this was funny as hell. She had a regular Nintendo of all the things. Now, I don't really know because I'm not into video games like that to know what was the thing at the time. But I knew that by that time, Xbox had already been invented. PlayStation has already been invented, and whatever new form of Nintendo was invented. So they had the Nintendo, they had the Super Nintendo, they had the Nintendo 64 and stuff like that. But then they had the Nintendo One and the NES system. And that's what she had with the square that you play Mike Tyson Punch Out with in the 80s. That's what she had. And I looked like, because my regular Nintendo been pawned off. Okay, so yeah, GameCube. That sounds about right. So this was like the GameCube era. Oh, thanks for the super chat, manager too, or the Cash App. So she had like a system that was already at that time like 20 years old. And I'm thinking like, oh, that for whatever reason, head is always going to be head, but that just took away from the whole fantasy. That was just some ridiculous crap. Why did I bring that up? Oh, because she's saying that guys can't play video games without that. Like she likes to get off on this need, this whole necessity feel. I want to see what Chantel has to say. I want to see what's prompting that look on her face, that look of sheer disgust.
Going on vacations with our friends. We're going on vacations with our friends. We're going out to eat with our friends.
Wait, so are we. We're going on vacation with our friends. Like, shout out to Skylar. Shout out to Zoom to Thailand. What are you talking about? But even outside of that, we are doing what makes us happy. Now, men are not anywhere near as social as women are, meaning that we don't really need a group of friends to enjoy ourselves. And we have friends that we don't need to see as often. We don't have to do the whole Sex in the City, living single type thing. You ever notice that all these shows consist of 4 women that have this like codependent relationship with each other, that are menless with this codependent relationship with each other, and they get out and they have coffee at Central Perk every day or some crap like that. That's a woman's need. You don't really see many shows where men are doing that because it just comes off as weird, and that's just not how we're wired. She don't understand that because she never really thought to explore men outside of women, outside of their desire for women.
And we're going to do fun things outside with our friends. We're celebrating birthdays with our friends. Where are y'all? What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Where are you guys? Where are you? Where do you guys exist?
Okay, so it's a commercial, and the thing is blocking the commercial. But
Not once did she ask what are men looking for in women. Notice that? What?
Okay, so shout out to her. She came from an unexpected angle. You're right. She didn't. Yeah, because basically what Chantel is highlighting, and that's why she had that look on her face, is that this woman is under the impression that being a woman is enough. Well, let me let her finish.
What do men want? What would it take for men to start taking us out on dates and treating us like how they used to treat us back in the day. How to get a man to treat you like a lady? What should I do to get a man to treat me like a lady? Notice that she don't ask those questions. She's just like, man, y'all need to.
Okay, I know I said I wasn't going to pause, but I have to. I'm going to go back because here's the thing about Chantel. I actually listen to her more than I watch her. So I don't know when she got braces. I know that she don't always have them. And that is a fetish of mine. I'm going to see if in her recent like videos, if she has braces and the dark rim glasses on at the same time. Because I hope so. That would be sexy. Everybody has their triggers, and for whatever reason, she hit on two of mine, just not at the same time. Which possibly, if we haven't been friends for so long, would put her in the crush category. But we have been. But yeah, the dark rim glasses and the braces at the same time. Yeah, that's it.
Let's just start taking us out. Take us on trip. Why we gotta go on trips with our girlfriends? We should be going on trips with you. Men are choosing their peace. She asked, what are men doing? They're getting to the chopper.
Get to the chopper!
I can't stand a man that acts like he doesn't understand what's expected of him off the rip. And he'll expect so many different things from you. That's the funny part about this. Oh my God. Dating in this climate is just so freaking funny. Because men will expect a laundry list of things from you. They expect you to come dressed to the nines, looking pretty and.
I can't stand the lies. I cannot stand the lies. First of all, I don't really know what dress to the nines mean. If it means something like expensive clothes or what, I really don't know. Well, first of all, notice how all of these women have different perception of men, but one thing that they have in common is that it's always the men's fault. The men aren't doing what they want them to do. Like the first woman who said that men are not approaching until later in the night. Like instead of approaching like during the events, they'll ask their friend like, "Hey, what's up with her?" Link something up. Which means that they are approaching, that they are interested. And then the next one was like, okay, they're not approaching at all, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They all have like different complaints. There, let me go back some. Oh, but her complaint is that they are dating her. They just have high requirements. Very few guys actually get on a date and say, you should dress. Right now, you're dressing to the 6. I need you to dress to the 9. So we can do some 69. Yeah. High. And remember the other woman was complaining that they only want to just go home and Netflix and chill. So they all have like different complaints. But the one key thing that they have in common is I want what you're not giving me.
Different things from you. That's the funny part about this. Oh my God. Dating in this climate is just so freaking funny because men will expect a laundry list of things from you. They expect you to come dressed to the nines, looking pretty and ready to listen to whatever they want to rant about or talk about and talk.
You see what I'm talking about? So one woman is complaining that she gets the text message, the what you doing, the WYD text message, which means that he is not holding a conversation. And this one is complaining that men are holding conversations. Why don't y'all trade? Why don't y'all trade? Because obviously you don't like talkers, and she wants somebody with substance. So why don't y'all trade? Why don't you take the WYD guy and she takes the, let me tell you about something guy?
About themselves the whole time. Yet when you ask for something as simple as like opening up.
All right. I gotta call it. Stop acting like you wouldn't hit. She not pretty at all. She'll be pretty if she was naked in your bed.
A door, or you shouldn't even have to ask for that. Flowers, or for them to buy you something that you like. It's crickets. It's like you're speaking a foreign language to them. And I'm done. I'm about to start exclusively dating women.
It's clear.
All right. So I don't want to say this before Chantel. Are the women going to buy you flowers? Let's start there. First of all, I find it fascinating how women could just do that. How women could just change their, they could just change what they're going to do. They could change their sexual preference because they're frustrated with the dating market. Men can't do that unless you are rainbow. If you're a man who say, man, these modern women get on my nerves, let me go suck a dick, then that means you're a rainbow. I'm sorry. That means that you are rainbow. Like, to come to that conclusion, it's like, wait, what the hell? Like, okay, I get it. Modern women are difficult, but that really? But so she's on the female equivalent to that, which is very weird. But I don't mind them doing that. Just like I don't mind them divesting, swirling, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just keep the same energy. If you're gonna go out with Brad or Chad and he don't bring flowers either, then I want you to have the same freaking complaint. And if you're gonna go out with, Cynthia or Chantel, well, I shouldn't say Chantel because we have a Chantel on the screen. But if you're gonna go out with Cynthia and Patrice, then make sure that they bring flowers. Which would be kind of odd because then they'll be the ones online saying, I had to bring this bitch flowers and she didn't bring anything. Just keep the same requirements. Oh, and find one that don't want you to dress pretty. Find one that wants you to dress ugly.
That's what you want. That's what you should go do. I would never understand somebody who will come on social media to vent about their personal life. Never understand that. And that within itself mean that you are the problem. You are the red flag. You having a problem with your personal life. If you're going to take it to social media, especially to TikTok, that is your answer right there, ma'am. You're a walking red flag.
Red flag when nothing know, red flag when you don't see it.
I am so fed up with this new generation of men. They literally don't want to get you no flowers. They don't want to take.
What is it with these bras and flowers? So, one of my favorite movies. By the way, I like movies that highlights the television version of the nerd experience, the black nerd experience in high school. Because I am a black nerd. Even though they don't quite get it right, I would say the closest one, and I don't know if he classifies himself as a nerd, but the closest one would be The Wood to me, or Dope. And but another one that I liked was Love Don't Cost a Thing. This was with Nick Cannon and Christina Milian. And basically, and it's a remake of a white movie. And the whole premise was Christina Milian. She got into a car accident and she needed a mechanic and some money. Nick Cannon, he was socially awkward. He was a nerd, and he wanted to up his social standing. So what he said to her, he's like, "Listen, I got $1,500, and I got the ability to fix your car. Now, what I'm going to need from you is I'm going to need to make it appear as if we're in a relationship, because in doing so, I will get the clout that I need to really make my senior year at high school more enjoyable." She's like, "Okay, we can do that, but you're going to have to change. You're going to have to learn how to behave with women." So he went to pick her up, and the first thing he did was he bought her flowers. And she said, "No, don't do that. You come off as weak, desperate, blah, 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 blah." And there is a lot of truth in that. So what these women are saying is that they want the men to be weak and desperate. And that's what I'm getting, especially with the one with the forehead, when she was like, they should be existing for me. Before I turn a guy down, I want some free flowers out of it. She wants greater desperation from men. That's what all these women are really hoping for. They want greater desperation of men. Hit the like button. What did I call it? Yeah, love don't cost a thing.
Take you on no dates. All they want to do is ask you what you're doing all day long and tell you lies. Like, I'm over it.
Dang it. They're really commercialing the hell out of Chantel.
Is it that men just don't want to commit anymore? I was reading an article on that the other day, that it's like the new.
She's so much older. And I know non-black people age different, but she looked so much older than everybody else here. This is like the after picture of all the other girls. And that's sad. That's sad, because what it's showing is that if you keep with this lack of introspection until you are whatever age she is, you're still going to be doing the same thing. Calling yourself Spicy Goddess 20, knowing that you're not 20. Or spicy, or a goddess. That's what you are going to be doing your whole life. In fact, you done earned further investigation. You can't have a name like a Spicy Goddess 20 without me giving further investigation. Hold on. Spicy SS 20. All right, let's see what we are working with here. This is TikTok. Okay, let's see. Happily divorced, single mom. All right. Now we are getting somewhere. Oh, she look older. Oh. Okay. I gotta share this. 3,500 followers. Okay. Holy crap. This just gets worse and worse. All right. Let me stop on this and let me go to screen 2. Uh-oh, y'all hit the like button. Uh-oh. Oh. Holy. Oh, gosh. I wonder if she ever was hot. Look at this. Black men will do anything. And he has a beard. You know what it means when you have a beard? It means that you want to fuck Courtney Michelle. That's what that means. Look at this. Look at this. She's like, you know what's a good idea? To take a picture of myself with a bathrobe on, my bra, and a sour look on my face with a resting bitch face. Like that's was a good idea. And oh, I'm gonna take a picture of this half-eaten whatever the fuck. All right. Okay, put me back together. Holy crap. Why does she have the blue context? Why is she the money room? Why is she holding up $800? Oh wait. Okay, that seems to be like a room. Okay. Okay, she's curling her hair, and this is just wow. Why in holy crap? Oh God! Oh God! Oh! Look at this! Oh, she said before my tummy tuck. So, are you telling me that you actually had one? Did you run out of money? A black man, only black men deal with crap like this. Our standards are in the fucking gutter. Like, okay, so you have this. So where's the after the tummy tuck? Where's the after the tummy tuck? Because like right there, there's still tummy. Did you run out of money? You know how when you swipe your card in my younger days, this has happened, and you run out of money and the gas just stopped pumping. I actually worked at a gas station too. Yeah, that do happen to people a lot more than you think. Oh, she's in her bra and panties. Holy, let me scroll down. And that do happen to people like a lot more than you think. I bet you that's what the doctor was doing. Like he was just pumping fat out of her belly, and then the card declined. Like a third of the way in, the card declined. And it's like, oh yeah, well, come back when you get your income tax refund, and then we'll pump the rest out. Like, wow. Of course, a black man endure. I'm grieving the loss of my 11-year-old. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Okay, it's probably her daughters. Ah, God. Okay, enough of this. Enough of this foolishness. Holy, oh crap! Did y'all see that? It said Happy Valentine's Day. Holy, oh crap! Oh God! All right, now let's hear what she has to say. You bought this on yourself. You bought this on yourself, calling yourself Spicy Goddess. Somebody said there's good pussy under that fupa. Y'all, wow. All right.
Like it's okay for men not to want to commit anymore like they used to, or is it that I have too many options now? All these dating sites and women willing to be in open relationships. But what I know from
okay, What she's saying is not wrong. I know that the typical counter, and maybe that's going to be Chantel's counter, to something like this is that the 80-20 rule, you know, the only reason why the men have options is because, oh, holy crap. Okay, I'm going to show y'all this too. No, I'm not. But the only reason why men have options, or the only reason why they find themselves in this situation is because they're dealing with the top 10% of men. No, that's not the case for her. What's going on with her is that the reason why it seems like men have options is because she's dealing with men with low standards. So if you're a guy, and let's just say you're an average guy, you're a 5, and you're dealing with her, of course you're going to get like a bunch of other women that look just like her. It'll be easy for you. It'll be easy for me. It'll be easy for most of the people in this chat room to have like a rotation of women like her. And they're not going to take them too seriously because, and these are guys that would not do as well with 9s and 10s, but they do very well with women in her bracket. So I'm not saying that she's dealing with guys who you know the 9s and 10s want too. That's what I'm saying. That's not the case. She's dealing with guys who are so downtrodden that they are dealing with her before and after the tummy tuck. And guys with no standards are going to have more options. Some guys with no standards are going to have more options. And okay, basically, she's dealing with the guys who, instead of for a 10, they want 5 2s. She's dealing with yield guys.
For me is that I really don't know if I'll ever meet someone of substance that truly wants what I want.
Wow,
it's sad. You know, I never thought I'd be going through this.
What's sad is that she has her titty in the camera.
Oh, crap.
And she can't realize why men don't want to commit to her.
I'm glad Chantel did not see her her whole Instagram or TikTok, because she complaining about one titty. Oh, Chantel. All right.
Her titty on display in the camera, and she don't know why a man of value is not going to want to commit. That is the sad part.
We need to go back to men moving to girls in real life. When you're moving to a girl on the street, it's off the dome. You have to flow with it. And then obviously she might hit you with a spanner, and you have to you gotta think on your feet, baby. Now you get to sit down and think, oh, what should I say? You can't even ask for advice. Bro, how do I chat to this girl? So in terms of that on your feet game, they ain't got it like that, yo. They ain't got the flavor like that, yo.
And also, you have to remember, when it's online, you can start speaking to a girl at 6 o'clock, take a break, go somewhere else. When you're talking to...
I agree. I definitely agree with that. Which is why dating coaches aren't in the ring with you. They're not in the ring with you. You know, I mean, listen, unless... This is another thing I have against dating coaches. Unless you're in the ring with the guy, and I'm not talking about like, unless you're in the guy's corner yelling advice as he approaches a woman, like the guy in the corner, the coach in the corner when boxers box. What you are doing is going to help very little. You know, like you can give advices, but when he's in that fight, he's on his own unless you're there. And the opponent is going to hit you, or he's going to come with a technique that you are unprepared for. And unless you are quick on your feet, what he told you the day before or the week before isn't going to help with that. Now, that just is what it is. Now, which is why, like, oh no, you got to approach with this, you got to approach like this. It's like, okay, what do you do when she throws that curveball? I'll give you an example because a woman told me this. And I actually wouldn't know what to do with this curveball, right? But she threw a curveball to this guy, and I'm like, oh man, and he didn't have anything for that. So basically, he said he held up two fingers, and he waved them, and he said, "Come here." And then she replied with, "It's going to take more than those two fingers to make me come." That is a curveball. That is a curveball that a dating coach would not tell you what to do in that situation. You got to be quick on your feet. You got to come with something snap, witty, quick, just like she did. You got to come with something snap, witty, quick. And they're not going to give you that through dating coaches. It's just something that is going to take experience and trial and error to do. And she's right when she says that the internet is zapping that. It is zapping that ability. So I do agree with her in whatever accent is with that. Okay, somebody said pickup line. All right, so let me talk about that for a second. There's the pickup line, and that can be pre-rehearsed or what have you. However, she's going to respond to that pickup line, and you don't know what that response is going to be. And whatever your response is to her response is all you. That's something that you are not prepared for. And that's you having to think quick. And guess what? If you do, she's going to respond to your response to her response of your pickup line. And you're going to have to be quick with it again. So I agree with the message that this TikToker has said.
On the street, you ain't got that.
You're a door salesman.
Yes, there and then.
Show me what you got. Sell me this pen. Sell me this pen. You got 5 minutes. My bus is in 5 minutes. Sell me this pen. You had to perform. Nowadays, it's like, okay, cool. I will text her back in 2 hours. Then you'll now do 2-hour reply. Then she'll do 4-hour reply. A guy hasn't made me giggle in 5 minutes in a while. There was back in the day when you talk to someone and be like, like within 5 minutes, like, you went from sorry, I got a man to it's not like that anymore. The game has changed. The game is rigged.
She said, sorry, I got a man to
Shout out to me. The game has changed. The game is rigged. Shout out to me. The game has changed. I don't care. Like, I don't have to play your new game if I don't want to. So, it is what it is. But yeah.
Why and if you have a man? But they made some really great points. I personally believe that social media and dating apps has caused people to be very socially awkward. Like, them have all talk online, and then when you meet them in person, it's like, it's very weird. It's very weird. But no, y'all, these women are, as I said, it's beyond.
Okay, so yeah, Chantel hit the nail on the head with that, because I don't online date. And it's probably because I, not to toot my own penis, but I am witty. Well, y'all think I rehearse this when I'm on here with y'all? Y'all think that I do that? Like, nah, it would be, I could think quick on my feet. It's no need for me to. No, I've done it in the past. That was like 2015 or so. That was like 10 years ago. But I mean, so I have, but do I do that anymore? No, there's, because what am I going to put my, WID, knowing that she has 100 other WIDs in the box? Fuck that. There's a number of reasons I talk about it all the time. I don't online date. I don't recommend others do. So, yeah, it really comes down to that. But what was Chantel saying about that? Let me go back a bit.
Have all talk online, and then when you meet them in person, it's very weird. It's very weird. But no, y'all, these women are, as I said, it's beyond me how the answer is right there in their face. Even one girl, she answered when she said, if these men are intimidated, that is why they don't want to approach you, because you act as if you are better than you actually are. The simple fact that you're gonna be talking about, oh, these men are intimidated by you, that tells me who you are. Y'all leave your thoughts in the comment section. I'm curious to hear what y'all think.
Well,
make sure you timestamp.
Well, the last one, she wasn't really talking about. Here, that's a bad freeze. So I'll stop it right there. But, she was all that. She was just making a social observation, which is what we're doing. So, yeah. All right, moving on. Let me go to Danica Marie, and then maybe if I have some time, I'll do some mediocre tutorial reviews. Maybe I should do his first. Let me see who's longer. Oh, crap, Chantel got another one. And this whole time we were doing this. All right. But I'm not going to do that. All right. So, what is it? All right. There we go. Y'all do not know what it's like to not be able to spell. Holy crap. Holy crap. All right, so I'm at mediocre tutorial reviews page. Hold on, I'm gonna talk about this. I seen this, but now that y'all are here, I'm gonna talk about this because I was gonna let it go because I like Black people, but I didn't watch this before, so I'm just gonna go off the title. Anthony Mackie. They killed masculinity in America. Anthony Mackie being on being a man. Listen, I agree. They killed masculinity, but you polished the knife. Let's be clear. You polished the knife. Listen, I would be, 10 tones down with Anthony Mackie. I would be, but y'all probably don't notice. He did an episode of Black Mirror, and he kissed the dude. And I forget, and it was a very stupid episode, and coming off of being Captain America, by this time you had already done, Marvel Endgame and stuff like that. So I can't imagine that you needed money from a single episode of Black Mirror on Netflix. I can't imagine that that you would do that. Yeah, I never watched the show again after that either. I was like, what the hell? And it was just weird as hell. So basically, he was playing this virtual reality video game, and he fell in love with a female character that just so happened to be a dude or his friend, and he didn't think that it was Rainbow to kiss that dude. It's not rainbow because dude pretends to be a woman online. Like, nigga. Ah, damn it. Why'd you have to kiss the ring? Like, there's certain things that people do that I'm like, you know, I could 100% get behind this brother. And I could with Anthony Mack, because this is not the first time he came out like this. You know, this is not the first time he came out spitting that real. But, and I'm not gonna hold your entire, image. I'm not gonna hold your entire image down because of that one action. Because you have been solid like 99.9% of the time, but I gotta point out that 0.1%. You know, just like that 0.1% of germs that Listerine don't kill, I gotta point that out. I gotta point that 0.1% of germs that Lysol don't kill, that's still just walking around your toilet. I got to point that out. Like, and dude, you shouldn't have done that. And I'm gonna just leave it at that. You shouldn't have done that. And now since I'm relieved of calling out brothers, Barack Obama, you should not have drinking that Flint, Michigan water. The shit's nasty. You're nasty for doing it. I looked at you. I didn't look at you the same sense. Not that like I say, that's that 0.1%. Like, nigga, you shouldn't have drank that water and you shouldn't have kissed that nigga. Like, and there you have it. There you have it. You lost your opportunity to be a 100% solid dude. All right, so let me go to the video that I actually wanted to cover. I got sidetracked on that. All right, gotta time you out, Raven. You can't be doing that. You can't be. I could just delete the comment. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna do that. All right. Okay, which one was it? Oh, here it is. 5 hours. Dang, he posts like, that's what it takes to be a successful YouTuber. You got to post like several times a day. Oh, I'm not going to be a successful YouTuber because I just say shit when I have shit to say. So, all right, let's see what they're talking about here. I haven't seen this yet. Will Smith punched him in the face at a park in Miami due to mistaken identity. Will Smith, that nigga. Seems like he on some bully shit.
I'm on a dating journey because I do want to be a wife and have a family one day. But okay. I want to address there is nothing wrong with me. There's nothing
probably not
that could make me
believe that I'm the problem.
Okay, so right there, it does show that you are incapable of growth. And for somebody so young, that is a problem. That is definitely a problem. You're not even moldable. But nevertheless, the reason why I said that might be true is because just because an attractive woman is single, that doesn't mean that she's doing something wrong. I do know that both women and men, you can do everything right and still, things go wrong. Like, did Megan Good really do anything wrong as far as we know?
Captain, I believe we found the problem.
We've identified the problem.
It's a wrap. Well, I know. I posted a video that I got broken up with, and I got a couple comments of people saying that I must be the problem because none of my relationships work out. For context, I am a single mother. I'm 27, and I'm a content creator, so I share.
I knew that. I did see like, it looked like she got something baby related going on in the background there.
my life. So people on my page have seen me go through now 2 relationships. I don't like to talk about the first one though, so we're just going to focus on one. But again, I'm on a dating journey because I do want to be a wife and have a family one day. But I want to address the something must be wrong with you comments and explain why there is nothing wrong with me. And this is going to be a great message for young women and even older women who are trying to discover themselves and trying to date again.
27, single mother, posts about her relationship, says she wants to be married, yet doesn't think that she contributes as to the reason why men break up with her. Let's proceed.
I consider myself a subjectively beautiful woman, and I am successful. In a circumstance such as my life, that is extremely intimidating for a man.
There we go.
I'm speaking to myself for a second, and then I'm going to talk about how you can apply this to you.
Okay. The successful part isn't intent. Well, actually, I know I said for a while that men aren't intimidated by that. I've come to realize that they are. That they are intimidated by that. That there is a not insignificant amount, and this is just from growth and my personal life and everything, you know. But there do exist a not insignificant amount of men who are intimidated by such things. So there is truth in what she's saying. And I'm going to venture to say that there is a much higher concentration of Black men who are not necessarily intimidated by success, but they are intimidated by beauty. The Latin for such a condition is homophobia. Look it up. And you'll find nothing because it's a word I just made up. I just took the Latin word for beauty, hermosa, and combined it with phobia, which is fear of. A lot of Black men have a fear of beauty. And the evidence is how many ugly ass bitches I see Black men with. You are homophobic when you are with these ugly ass, fat ass, nasty ass, baby having, smelly looking, ugly ass bitches. You are homophobic. When you walk around with these fat, nasty bitches saying, you know, pussy is pussy, you are homophobic. You fear attractive women, and therefore you get with these extremely subpar. And I pause before I say women. And y'all lucky I still have this up. So I'm going to show y'all what I mean. Somebody said they're not afraid, they just will smash anything. Well, okay. Here's the thing. Once you start playing a numbers game like that, or a yield game, whatever. Oh, that's the same one. I'm tripping. The same screen, but here we go. You go after the lowest hanging fruit, and the lowest hanging fruit just so happen to be all bruised and battered and look like this bitch. Like that. This is the lowest hanging fruit. And hold on, let me see. I seen a picture earlier. It's not. How come it's not going up right? Damn it. Okay, I'm trying to get it to scroll up. TikTok is weird. See, so I'm using that trackball thing on my mouse, and I don't know if what's down is up and up is down, but I'm trying to go up. All right, yeah, look at this. Look at this. I'm trying to get to the picture where she was standing there with a black man. All right, here we go. That's like a little light thing that I could barely see. Look at all this nasty. Oh, is that the top? That's why it's acting like that? Okay. So y'all seen earlier, for those of you who just got here, hit the like button. But y'all seen earlier, here it is. Look at this.
But give them your contact info.
I can be contacted on Instagram at Thoven Media, THOVNMEDIA.
Okay, great. But give them your contact info.
I can be contacted on Instagram.
Harmosophobia. Spread that word. That's what a lot of brothers are doing. Look. That's what a lot of brothers are doing. So yes, and then those guys are intimidated. They may be intimidated by her. They may just be, guys who just throw out wide nets and, this is what they catch. But there's still a there. Like I've heard guys, like when I was on Bernard's one day, and I'm not going to say who it was, but I was talking up Kelly Stamps. And the first thing dudes was saying was, she looks like she's in the white boys, which means that they are self-rejecting. That's what you do when you're intimidating. You self-reject. You say that, she looks like she's not going to be interested in me. It's like, well, it's worth it to find out. But you have already defeated yourself. I see a lot of brothers do that. And once again, this is me changing up. This is me saying, because before, if y'all had, talked to me a while back, like, nah, dudes aren't like that. But I've come to realize that there exists a not insignificant amount of black men who are like that.
I pay all of my own bills. Okay. I buy nice clothes for myself. I travel. I take care of my son by myself. I run the household by myself. Looking at it as a whole, a man cannot come into the picture and only provide financial stability because I provide that for myself. I'm a single mother. I take care of my son, so I provide protection for my family, my household.
What should a man provide?
So the protection from a man and the financial stability from a man does nothing for me. Do I want that? Of course. But I don't need it because I'm surviving and living very comfortably on my own without it. So as a man, when you look at a woman of my caliber, you have to be well in tune with yourself. You have to know how to communicate. You have to be very emotionally aware of yourself. You have to actually provide value to my life.
The reason why I'm laughing is twofold. On one side.
Okay, so not only am I going to state, this is my first time watching this. Not only am I going to state that the mentality that she's speaking of exists, she is now adjusting its existence. Because here's the thing. You're stating that there isn't an opportunity to bring value in your life. There's nothing really that you need from a man, but you still want them to bring something. So it's kind of like, like what do you give a person that has everything? And you're just there like, I have everything, so you got to give me something. So right off the bat, she's an extraordinarily flawed woman. And would I approach her? Yes, she's a pretty woman. But it would be up to her to determine Like, if she was to say, like, what value do I bring to your life? Well, it's like, well, do you feel that I'm valuable to your life or not? If not, then I can move on. I could save us both time. But so far, I'm getting that she likes to humble men by reminding them that there isn't a financial necessity for them.
Out of the coin, I always find it.
And it don't work if a man refuses to be humbled. Like, listen, you know, if you find me valuable, if you find my company valuable, then I bring value to your life. If not, then we can end this conversation.
And hilarious when you see women talk about that they don't need a man for protection because they can protect themselves. More often than not.
I don't give a fuck how she looks. See, that's not her most. No, all right. Beautiful women are better at being women than not so beautiful women. I'm going to repeat that. Beautiful women are better at being women. I'm pausing for effect. Beautiful women are better at being women. I can't stress the importance of that enough. You see, here's the thing. With this whole I don't care how she looks thing, what you're doing is you are normalizing gas. When you walk around with this gas is gas mentality, then what you're doing is you're increasing the price of cheap ass gas. I don't use gas. And I don't drive a Tesla, that's for damn sure, especially not now. But I don't use gas in my car. But I know that at least back when I did, it was like a 10 cents difference. So there was 87, 89, and 92. And I always got 87. I had no need. I never drove a car that I felt worthy of 92. But it was always a 10 cent difference. Like if it was $4.50 for regular, it'd be $4.60 for 89, and it would be $4.70 for premium. But that's because it's better at being gas. That's because the 92 is better than the 87. I used to think that was the year that gas was discovered. But this was actually closer to 87 and 92 than I thought that. But yeah, it's better at being gas. I don't like it when 87 gas ass bitches think that they 92. Like that's when you got this whole mentality. This I don't give a fuck how she looks. This whole mentality comes from this thinking that you have these 87 thinking that they 92s. Bitch, you better take this 20 cent pay cut or else you ain't getting shit. You are not getting shit. But no, beautiful women deserve a little bit more. But many of them overplay their hand. And that is when you say, you know, bitch! Every now and again, you got to use Too Short's favorite word on them.
They always say these things until something goes wrong, till a man is actually needed, until there's a bump in the night. And the second is because when these women talk, first of all, it comes from an egotistical, an egomaniac perspective, as if because of your career accolades and how much money that you make in a bank, that makes you better form suited for a man that can do as much as you. Congratulations, ma'am. You've created yourself into the best man in the form of yourself, except for that you're a woman and a single mother. You're creating a barrier to entry for a man to participate in without even knowing it.
Because with all of the qualities that I have, of course, a man would look at that and know that I could provide value, especially a man who desires a family. But a woman such as myself is going to bring out insecurity in a man who has not the ability to connect with himself emotionally, not the ability to communicate, and
we're
not
insecure
really
now.
anything to provide other than if he like has a good job and makes good money and can pay for stuff.
There's no space for.
Okay. Yeah, MTR, he's of the mindset of that I'm of. And that is I don't feel that way, so I don't think other men feel that way. But I will say this. And I will say this. There are men that feel that way about her, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But she's the reason. Like she would make them, feel that way, and she's not interested in them anyway. MTR, especially being a man with money, and a handsome dude, he's not really going to be intimidated the same way. Yeah, it is what it is.
And a lot of the times men will just settle for women who are pretty but don't have anything to offer, because that woman is going to still take care of the household, still take care of the kids, and be cool with them providing financially because that woman's not doing anything else in her life outside of that. That's zero shade to the woman. I'm not shading anybody in this at all. But in my situation, I've been forced to be in this grind mode, forced to be in a position where I am playing every single role.
Imagine making the active decision to having a child and now complaining that you were forced into your situation. Nobody forced you, ma'am. These were your decisions. The cope, even through the subtle demonstrations, through the vocabulary that you choose to use, demonstrate headache, not taking accountability, and conflict. Men love their peace. I don't see you being able to provide that. By the way, I took a look at her Instagram, especially after you said that insecure comment, and I was right. Never ceases to fail that these women that will say men are insecure are the same ones that will put their naked ass body up on the internet for public consumption. Insecure, you say? Hey, well, what can you give a man that you have not?
I don't know what he has against that. Him and Chantel. Is it just me? Press one in the chat if her titties look a lot bigger here than here, even though she's showing more of it. See, I don't like that. I don't like these magnificent bra bitches. And that's what's going on. That's what's going on. She has a magnificent bra. There's the Wonder Bra, there's the Push-Up Bra, there's the Spectacular Bra, there's the Super Bra, and then there's the Magnificent Bra. She has a magnificent bra on. Look at this. And she knows that she don't have like a magnificent bikini top bra, because you would see its secrets and all of its contraptions and shit that they make to make it look like this. So, but when she has a turtleneck on, she puts on the magnificent bra, and look at the difference in titty. Look at the difference in titty. Press one in the chat if you ever took a shirt and bra off and was like, where the hell did the titties go? Where in the hell did the titties go?
Previously given the internet, or what can you give a man that you have not previously given to another man? Proclaiming that you cannot take accountability for being at least somewhat responsible for your dating issues, while also calling men insecure, while also posting up photos like that is absolutely diabolical work. I love going over videos like this because it is clear to me components of the issue. And I really don't think women with mindsets like this are accountable enough to hold up the mirror and understand where the BS can be coming from. Let's proceed.
And that's just my life and how it is at the moment. And so men just don't like that. And this is not for all men, because there are good men out there that are strong within themselves, that are very emotionally aware, that are intelligent, that can communicate.
They're strong.
Things. A lot of them are in relationships.
They're strong.
All right. I see her point. When I was MTR's age, I didn't really see it, but I do see her point now. Yeah, no, she brings up some valid points. Now she has a lot of invalid points, but she's on to something. She's on to something. The thing is that men don't really see themselves as valuable, or they have a poor assessment of their value. But she also has a poor assessment of their value. She feels that most men don't provide her with value, but they should still present themselves as if they're valuable to her, which is ridiculous, which is really just to serve her ego.
They accept those ass photos up on the internet. They accept the single mama behavior. They accept that I am never to be held responsible. They accept my ego, my Super Saiyan ego. Those are good men right there. Those are real men.
But traditionally,
somebody say GC falling for the light-skinned. Save them. Okay. Yes, she is light-skinned, but also she is unflawed in complexion, meaning like no bumps or shit like that. And she's real haired. She's real eyelashed. She's teeth whited and teeth straighted. And she is unfatted. So you gotta bring this up, because if you are a dude that just take one of these Lizzo before picture looking bitches and then like, oh yeah, but she light skinned it though, then yes, you do have a problem with complexion. If you can take a woman with no other visible flaws and say that, okay, you could put her in an attractive category because she has no other visible flaws, like she has a regular 3.5 to 4.5 head, that's not color struck, that's like a everything. I mean, if you can't justify why a woman is attractive outside of her skin complexion, then yeah, you are on that Alabama shit. You're on that Mississippi shit. You're on that Georgia shit. You're on that Southern shit. If you can't do that. But me, I can. I take in the totality of a woman. Least of all her skin complexion. So no, you can't accuse me of being color. Listen, once you start seeing me like trot after these bad built bitches or something like that, or somebody who's like obviously flawed, but she's light skinned, then yes. But no, this is a woman with no visible flaws, and if y'all can see any, then point them out to me. So which would make her average in every regard. Now, we'll venture to say that she doesn't have like exceptional features. I will say that, but I haven't really treated her as if she's exceptional. Like she hasn't really presented exceptional qualities like full lips or something like that, or almond eyes or braces or dark rim glasses or something like that. Like she hasn't, even though those are accessories, but so yeah. See, I don't want fellas to get under the impression that you can't find a light-skinned woman attractive, else you're color struck, because that's what these dark-skinned women are trying to get you to do. An attractive woman is an attractive woman.
Men want to have some type of power. They want to be the leader. They want to be up here. And when I'm also up here, it's not good for them. They don't like that. They don't feel like a man. That's just for like the weak-minded one.
Well, it's not a matter of feeling, and it's not a matter of weak-mindedness. Yes, I do wish to be a leader, and I really don't care if you're up here or not. What I do care about is if you wish to submit, If you don't, then you are of little value to me outside of the obvious. Like, either you're submissive or not is what it comes down to. I don't really care. If you think that only poor women should be submissive, then you're stupid, which furthers your need for leadership. If you feel that only poor women or only ugly women should submit, then you're stupid. And if you feel that you don't need to submit because you're not poor and that you're not ugly, I mean, yes, that would make you stupid too. But furthermore, it would simply mean that you're uncompatible with a person who wishes to dominate. And that's what it comes down to. And I wouldn't be intimidated by that. I would just be uninterested. It's a very simple thing.
A real man, in my opinion, would look at a woman like me and be so in awe and want to connect with me and want to live in such togetherness with somebody who's on the same level as them.
By the way, if it was a man that was doing this, like, let's just say for a quick second, someone please find me a video of a man doing the exact same thing as what she's doing. Please, I'd love to be able to review it. My guess is it's going to be extremely hard to find because masculine men don't move this way. This is cringy. Talking about how good of a catch that you are while demonstrating no humility, multiplied with a neck tattoo to the single mother power, is just crazy to me. When men are successful, they generally go for character and beauty. When women are successful, they create minimum requirements for men to beat where they are at in life.
So I really encourage you, if you are a woman who's struggling to date, please pour into yourself, become the best version of yourself, and actually make these men step up to provide some value to you. Like, they need to be a good person. They need to know how to talk because...
Okay, she's way off. She's way off. Basically, she's saying increase your cost without increasing your value. So it is her problem. The reason that she's single is her problem. She's obnoxious, and she feels that, and a lot of women fall in this category, that they can increase their cost without increasing her value. The difference is that she starts off at a reasonably high value to men, being a decent body and decent face and all that. So she starts off at a reasonably high value to men, but that doesn't increase with your monetary value. It doesn't at all. So it's like, okay, you look like this, and this is the guy you deserve. You became a single mom. Now this is the guy that you deserve. And you can become a millionaire. And that still doesn't change. You're a single mother that looks the way you look. You're not increasing your value to men. Now, what she's advocating for women to do is to increase their value to men through income, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And what those women wind up doing is they wind up losing value. Because, you don't just become successful out the box. It takes time for most people. In that time, you are diminishing your value. Like, she's 27, you're diminishing your value in that time. You was more valuable at 20 than you are at 27. For one, at 20, you probably didn't have a kid, and now you do. So that's a huge diminishment. But furthermore, and even if you looked exactly the same, that man would still have 7 additional years of your looks. So that's something to take into consideration. So, whatever success level that you've gained in the last 7 years still pales into comparison with college-age you. We would still prefer college-aged you. Hit the like button.
Because a lot of relational issues lie in the fact that men do not want to work on themselves. They don't want to have that emotional intelligence. They don't want to have that strong communication. When you're operating at your highest self, you will one day meet somebody who is also operating at their itself. So I would just never settle. And financial stability is not enough. Please, it's not enough. I've poured so much into myself and making sure that I'm the best version of myself. So there's nothing that could make me believe that I'm the problem.
There's nothing that could make me believe that I'm the problem.
Captain, I believe we found the problem.
We've identified the problem. Nobody's perfect in a situation. I'm not saying that. There's issues that arise. I mean, even in the healthiest of relationships, we're humans. But I look at dating in the sense of if something doesn't work out, whether it's me that ends the relationship, if it's the other party that ends the relationship, we're just not meant to be together. And that's okay. I said this in my last video. Nothing has to be wrong with you. Nothing has to be wrong with the other person. If things don't work out, then it just wasn't meant to work out.
Imagine being a masculine private man and dating a young lady with a social media profile. Well, she'll get up on there if the relationship goes wrong to air out your bullshit, while also exclaiming that because I've built myself up so far, I refuse to be the problem. I will never be held accountable, ever. It is never me. It's always those goddamn men. They don't know how to goddamn communicate. By the way, I think the issue when a lot of women say that men don't know how to communicate is that women's communication style is often dictated by how they communicate with other women without an acknowledgement that perhaps men communicate different. How about you stop trying to fit a square peg into a round hole and figure out intelligently another way to get a guy to open up to you?
I'm going to respectfully disagree with that. The reason why it appears that men have trouble communicating with her is because, quite simply, we just don't want to talk to her. And I see why MTR is under that impression, because MTR, he thinks a lot different than I do. It doesn't seem like he has a pump and dump category for women. Like, he can correct me if I'm wrong, or y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, and y'all have seen something in his videos that really contradicts this, but, and I'm pretty sure he's pump and dump, but it seems like once he sees a woman's Instagram and, you know, he just puts them in a category like he don't want to have shit to do with them. I put them in a category like, yeah, I'll still fuck, but I wouldn't marry her. So that being said, guys like myself who would still fuck, let's be clear on that, her, would really talk to her in a very minimum way, because I really wouldn't like talking to her. And when I say in a very minimum way, what I'll do, and you know, this is advice y'all could take, but remember, I'm not a dating coach or anything like that, would be just listening to what she says and then asking a question based on the last two words of the sentence that she said. For example, like, yes, so it is very difficult out here being a single mother. Last two words being single mother, be like, oh, so what are some of the difficulties of being a single mother? And then she's talking again. You know, like, I can't go to Cancun anymore. Like, oh, you've been to Cancun before, though. That's what the conversation consists of. No real substance or anything like that, but it does keep her going, and it does keep her talking about her favorite subject, which is herself. You can do this until you get tired or bored or disinterested, or her clothes come off. I do that more times than I'm proud of, but it keeps my dick happy.
Instead of having an expectation that he's going to communicate to you like a woman. Let's finish up.
So don't let your time of singleness make you believe that something's wrong with you or that you should settle, because that's never the case. That's never the case. Take this as opportunity to pour into yourself, to pour into your faith, whatever faith that you practice. Pour into your friends, pour into your hobbies. Whatever effort and energy you pour into yourself is exactly what you're going to get back. And it may not happen in the timeline that you want, but it will happen eventually.
Yeah, maybe not. And I think that maybe not should be taken extremely seriously in order to find out what components of your behavior or your personality is either A, creating a barrier to entry that a man doesn't want to step through, or B, devaluing the purpose of a man within your life, because creating this astronomical barrier to entry, depending upon what you look like or your career accolades, while also devaluing a man's role, provision, protection, leaves no room for a man.
Agreed.
You are posturing, what can you as a man bring to my table? Meanwhile, your table from the relationship or dating marketplace perspective is made out of one-ply toilet paper. Of the income level that you require, how many of them truly are going to accept this? Truly going to accept your arrogance? Sure. Baby girl, at the end of the day, I wish you well when it comes to creating a new family. But again, humility will go a long way. Valuable men are repulsed by egotistical attitudes. Feminism.
Agreed. Hence the type of conversation I would have where I'm talking as little as possible and waiting for her clothes to come off. Now, in her case, I'm good at math. I'm doing the math in my head, and I would probably realize very quickly that it's not worth it. Like, her clothes is not, I got to listen to a lot of garbage before her clothes come off, and it's not going to be worth it. Like, my desire to watch her panties drop is less than the amount of conversation that I would have to endure before they do drop. And it's partly because she's used to guys like me. So she basically, she milk us for all we're worth. She understands on a subconscious level that we're just waiting for her panties to drop, but she enjoys talking to us. So she's going to get as much talk out of us as possible before she drops them, meaning that she's going to prolong the whole panty dropping time frame.
Will give you a high five and a medal for all of your achievements and being able to put your hindquarters bare-assed up on the internet to make money. Shit, they might actually give you a medal. But of the type of men that you want, what is it that they want? And since you're a content creator, I'll put it in content creator terms. Your CTR, because of your aesthetics, will be high, right? Better thumbnails, better CTR, but your retention will be short-lived. All right, guys, that's when we'll leave this particular piece of...
He killed it with that. All right, let's go to Danica Marie. Little sis. I know she say little big sis. And I think she say that because she's taller than the average man. And she's probably older than some guys that are watching. But she's both shorter than me and younger than me, so I call her little sis. So let me go to Danica Marie's. Y'all hit that like button. Hold on. All right, y'all hit that like button.
Taking this new shift in reality well.
And what I mean by this new shift in reality is where men are now the ones that have the advantage. Men are now the ones that have leverage as far as
okay, I want to see where
dating
she's going
and,
with this.
you know, mingling and relationships and everything is concerned. You know, the ball is in the man's court now. No longer are these men having to chase up behind women, having to go through hoops and loops of fire to try to get a woman, impress a woman. The women now are having to do those things for the men, and they just cannot handle it. All right. And here's the thing, and y'all like the video, share the video, and subscribe. I always knew that this turn of tides would happen, if you will. So where maybe the men would kind of wake up and realize their worth, their value, the things that they actually are able to contribute and bring forth into a woman's life. To where they will be like, you know what? Why am I going through so much to try to prove my value and my loyalty and my love for these women when
Something strange is going on here. Oh, she has like Christmas lights. Okay. So I'm gonna say something, and don't get offended, but she already knows this, so it's not offensive. Danica Marie has some big ass titties. She has very big titties, and in addition to that, she has like a nice shape all around. Now, why do I bring that up? Because, and I never actually went to her Instagram. I hit her up on Instagram from time to time for video clips and for advice on growing my channel, because her channel is, you know, severely larger than mine. But also, I've never seen like her page, but whenever she does like little seductive reels and stuff like that, it comes up on my feed, and she likes to show off her curves. And so when you listen to like MTR and Chantel talk about stuff like that, there's a disconnect, because, and this is where I come in to bridge that gap, because it's because of her curves and things like this. And by the way, she's married, so don't you all try that. And of course, I don't try that because I respect marriage. But a woman like her with her curves or something, let's just say Cooking with Kaya or something like that, if you wish to pursue, and I'm talking not if you meet her on Instagram. I don't pursue anybody on Instagram ever. But if you meet someone like that on the street, if you met someone like Danica on the street and she wasn't married, and you shot your shot, and then you've seen her Instagram, you know, yes, she may lose points, but it shouldn't be a deal breaker, because, you know, Danica Marie is of enormous value to her husband, Eric. And that's something that shouldn't be overlooked. Like, it's like, okay, she, you know, it seems like with MTR, that's a deal breaker, but it's like, well, yes, probably not ideal, but because you took time out to explore a little bit deeper, you know, you found out that she definitely does have wifely qualities, which she used to sustain a marriage for over a decade, or at least sustain a relationship for over a decade. So me, and, you know, to each his own, I don't really just write them off. I write them off if they're unattractive, and they do crap like that. But I don't write off an attractive woman because she does stuff like that. She just loses points, which means that she would have to balance the scale in other ways to make up for the fact that she does that. That's it.
I'm the one that's actually helping her. I'm the one that when I enter into the equation when it comes to her, I'm elevating her, right? I'm bringing her stability and security. So again, why is it that I'm having to go out of my way to do X, Y, and Z and 1, 2, and 3 for her? Does not make any sense. And men have snapped out of that. And with men snapping up out of it, a lot of women are just in a frenzy. And I also want to say this, and again, like the video, I think that women really having to come to terms with reality and the dynamics and the climate is really forcing a lot of them to just surrender, right? So it's not this thing of, oh, I give up, woe is me. It's like, no, I understand what it is. And if I want to achieve the privilege, the goal, the luxury of having a man to be a part of my life, then I have to do what I have to do. I'm not just going to say, oh, forget it. You know, I'm just going to make these men chase me still. And no. Women are like, look, if I want to see a real change and bring forth real results, because I know how bad I'm struggling and I know how miserable and lonely I am. My nature is to really beat me up right now. So if I want to have a man, I got to do what I got to do. I have to drop my ego. You know, it is what it is. I get it. If I want to achieve this, I have to go out of my way to get it. No.
Okay. Though it's true, because the only way the girl in the previous video, the MTR video, is going to get the man that she wants is she has to drop that ego. And I'm talking about over a long, sustained period of time, because that's her biggest, that's the biggest barrier. She would have to drop that ego. I would say yes, absolutely. She absolutely would have to drop that ego. Now, what Danica is speaking towards is the women's collective willingness to do so. And I don't think it's there yet, just like with the woman in the last thing. I don't think that they have reached that part yet.
No more standing around talking about I'm the prize and sprinkle, and a man needs to chase me. No, it needs to be an equal pursuit. But the difference is a lot of women are coming to terms with, hey, I may have to initiate. I may have to go the extra mile to find what I'm looking for. And salute to you ladies. Because I also told y'all that would become a thing. To where maybe you would have to be the one to pursue. You would be the one to have to initiate. And it was never anything wrong with that. And I'm going to continue to always say that. The only issue is if you are pursuing a man who does not like you, who is not actively pursuing you back, that's the only dilemma. But no, if you like something, go after it. You know, ain't that what Simone Biles said? Sometimes you got to do that. And yours truly did it. And look at me. Living my best life, but let's get into this, you all, because this was very interesting. And when you all sent me this,
where is she? So her and her husband have a house, and I didn't know that it had any brick walls in it. Just so y'all know, we don't really have many, if any, brick structures here in California. I think it's an earthquake-related thing, which is why that stands out to me. So I just assumed that brick houses were like every wall in the house would be brick, and I've seen like the other places that she filmed from, but it seemed like she's just like, there's one brick room in her house. So I'm curious where she's at.
Over, I said, oh, looky here. Is it women having to have that good old table turned around on them and having to see what it's like to be in, I don't know, a man's shoes? Whoopsie. Let's get into it, you all. And again, like the video, share the video, and subscribe. Okay. So the title of this is Singles Mixer Fail. So she's replying to a comment that she received. And that comment says, I need an update. You look stunning, by the way. So I guess she had originally posted something maybe on TikTok of her being dressed up and cute, getting ready to go into this whole singles mixer. And so this is her update of the aftermath of, you know, her experience. So let's get into it, you all.
It didn't go well. It actually was kind of catastrophic for me. I will tell you why. I learned that I am just not competitive enough to go to these singles mixers. I'm just not. So like I said, this was my first time going by myself. Normally I have my friend there as like a wing woman and a buffer, and that really helps me. But I am generally so anxious. Like it's just how I am. Like I can control it, but I'm just a very nervous person. So they had like these tables set up where people can like play card games, and I was at the table playing this game, and this guy comes, and I thought he was so cute. For context, it's very rare that I see someone in person that's like, oh my God, like you're really cute. He was even standing next to me while we were playing the card game. We had light conversation, intro, my name is blah, 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 blah. But then 2 other girls showed up that were like really bubbly and outgoing, and they started talking, and then it just progressed from there. And it got so bad, and when I say bad, I mean good for them, that at some point I was just like, okay, you know, I lost that one. And I did talk to some other guys there, and it was cool, like very cool, friendly conversation, but it didn't really go much further than that. It was always like a one-off, hi, my name is blah, blah, blah. And I understand that like flirting and like getting to know new people is a skill, and I'm gonna have to just keep trying it. But I also don't like the feeling of like competing. It felt really competitive to me.
You mean rejection?
Okay. I guess that's a good place to stop.
Why?
Dang, this is actually more annoying than the commercial. But
you don't like the feeling of rejection.
Here, I'm gonna give my commentary before she gives hers. But what she is about to say is along the lines of what I was gonna say. She don't like the feeling of rejection, no. But she also don't like the feeling of having to work for it and having your work not really. There's no fruit to your labor. You know, it's nothing worse for a man to put in effort in something and then not get any return, because our labors is what, you know, the things that we work for and we fight for, you know, the results of that is what really gives us satisfaction as a man. You fight in a war. If you lose, then you don't get the thing that you were fighting for. And you lose the thing that you were protecting. So yeah, it's like that. Whenever you go on a date and it doesn't go well, you've wasted labor, you've wasted effort. So what she's saying is she don't like the wasted effort.
Rejection, ma'am. That's what you're experiencing. And again, let's really take some notes here. These are the very things that men have always had to go through. Feeling anxious, having to compete, fearing rejection. You know what I mean? Like these are the very things that men have had to endure for eons of time. So to just have to bear witness to how the whole atmosphere and climate has changed to where women are now in these footsteps and in these shoes, it's like, wow, you know. But yeah, ma'am, your issue is not competing, it's losing. And I hate to be so brutally honest, and I'm gonna continue in a second, but I had to pause her right there because I only listened to this one time. So to hear it played back, I'm catching up on different things and picking up on different things. She's essentially describing the fact that she's a loser. You know, because best believe if she was in that mixer and all of the guys were on her instead of these other women who may be more, you know, outgoing and charismatic and perky and bubbly and pretty and all of that, she would have.
And that's the problem. I mean, like, are you going there to feed your ego, which is really why these women are going? They're going there to feed their ego, not really to meet anybody. If you're going there to feed your ego, your complaint is going to be that you're not getting what you want. And men are going to stop going because, you know, we don't gain anything from going to mixers just to feed your ego. We don't. And furthermore is, and this is a greater concern, is that, oh, shout out to, I was just talking about Lil Sis. Okay. Or what, did you just hover over it and see that we was talking about you? Okay, that's funny. But if you're going there just to feed your ego, and men are going to eventually step away from that. And the reason why is because these ego-starved women aren't gonna suck my dick. And that's the beginning and end of it. And that's because in sucking my dick, what you do is you run the risk of rejection, like Danica says. You know, it's one thing to where if the guy rejects you, but it's another thing if you just left with pubic hair stuck in your teeth and you don't hear from them again. They're not going to risk that, so they just go there to see how much attention they get. That doesn't serve a man in any positive way, so we're just not going to participate. And that's what a large swath of the complaints is about. Remember the first woman that I showed, where she was talking about how come guys are waiting to the end of the night to get at me, and that's because the reason why she was upset about that is because he's not feeding into the game. You're there to see how much attention you get from men relative to how much your friends get from men. So when he waits and he says, you know, or at the end of the night, he says, okay, you know, he talks to his friend and have him talk to you. You didn't get that. He didn't give you points in the competition that you went there for. So you felt that she was losing.
No problem. She'd be like, oh no, I don't mind competition because you're winning, right? So it's different when you're the one on the winning end of the stick. Because now it's like, oh yeah, you know, whatever. You know, I don't see any competition. I'm my own competition. But when you're the type of woman that, again, may be insecure, you may not have the best characteristics and personality traits, you can be intimidated, right? It can add into you feeling insecure, you feeling like you're not good enough, you feeling small, and that's what happened. And I want to also say this, and brothers, y'all can let me know if this is true or not.
Okay. What Danika's describing is and this isn't a term that I coined, but this is a term that I made popular because I have a platform and my friend doesn't. But years ago, my friend coined this term, and I stuck with it and I popularized it. It's called Nana envy. What Danica Marie is describing is Nana envy. And you will be amazed at how beautiful a woman can be and still have Nana envy. It will just shock you. Women who are not the most beautiful woman in the room, all others have Nana envy. Meaning that if you are a 9.2, once a 9.4 walks into the room, you might as well be the ugliest bitch on the planet in your brain. Me, I am rarely the most handsome guy in the room. Hell, I'm not even the most handsome guy in my family. But, and not to say I'm ugly, it's just say I have a handsome family. But, so that, but I'm perfectly comfortable in that. Like if I'm the second handsomest guy in the room, it's like, oh shit, that's it. You know, I'm the shit. I'm the second handsomest guy in this room. You know, I hope that handsomer nigga is gay. But women is completely different. Like they just go into this whole spiral thing when they are not the top chick. Which is why, and y'all press 1 in the chat room if y'all experience this. Y'all ever walk up to a chick and they're both attractive, but you know that you can only talk to one? For whatever reason, if you talk to one before the other, then you lose every opportunity with the other. This happened. Actually, this happened in the worst way. I was 19 years old, right? I was at this event. I think it was called like Cabaret or something like that in San Francisco. For those of you who are from the Bay, and y'all probably experienced this. And there was two girls, and they were actually equal. One of them wasn't even more attractive than the other, but one was giving me more choosing signals than the other. So of course I went with the turkey in a pot, so to speak, right? Because she was with it. The other one looked disappointed. She looked disappointed, right? Got her number and everything, and turns out they lived together. I'm not even going to explain the circuit. Well, yes, I am. They were in Job Corps. They was in Job Corps. They were in something like that. So I kept calling, and this was back in the house phone days. I kept calling, and sometimes the other girl would pick up, and the other girl was flirting. Now, keep in mind that they were equally attractive. So, it's just like, nah, but if, you could be, because I know women like to test the dude and say, you see, your nigga chose me. And then next thing you know, you lose out on both. I'm not that stupid. I got nerd brain. I'm not that stupid to fall for that okie doke. But what I did do was, and she even said it, she was like, yeah, you're going to wind up choosing me. Wait, just wait until you see. You're going to wind up choosing me. I was like, what the fuck this bitch talking about? All right. So, and she was right. Because guess what? Her friend was a minor. Yep. She had used a fake ID and everything to get into the spot. So it turns out that the friend was 17 and the girl was 18. And she knew eventually I would find out. She knew eventually I was gonna find out, and then I was gonna come running to her, and I was gonna regret not picking her over her friend. And she was right. So I did, and I backpedaled, and I was like, so what's up with you? And she was not having it. Why? Because she didn't get the validation. She didn't get the validation that her friend got first. That her fucking jailbaiting ass friend got first. So the moral of the story is they hate it when they don't get chosen first. And that's what Danica is touching on right here.
But from what I have seen, especially as of late, with there just not being a lot of good quality women to really choose from. Now, shout out to the good quality women. Salute to y'all, but we already know.
Well, you were 19. In most states, that 2-year difference won't land you in jail, but it's still embarrassing. Okay, I didn't want to find out. And it's better to not risk it. And you got to understand that when I was 19, the internet wasn't what it is today. It wasn't, as robust, full of information. It wasn't something that I would look up. Like, it wasn't something that I would just like go to Google, like, hey, Google, I'm 19 and she's 17. Can I still smash? I didn't do that. So I was just like, it's just better to leave it alone. I didn't even know that there were states where it wasn't 18. So I just left it alone. And what was I want to say? Oh, and you can get caught because a friend of mine, he was Oakland PD is assholes. Let's start there. Oakland PD in many cases are assholes. He told me the story about how he was fucking a woman in his car. And that's because he was young and he lived at home. And the officer comes up And, you know, he was like, why don't y'all just do this at home? And then, you know, he said something. He said, no, it's because you married and you don't want. No, he said to her, the cop said to her, it's because he's married and he don't want his wife to find out about you. Nigga, shut the fuck. Get out of his business, hating ass nigga, hating ass OPD ass nigga. Get out of his business. Now that wasn't the reason. He lived at home and she knew he lived at home. That's why he was getting down in the car. But they both were in their early 20s. But he said that show me your ID. He said to her, show me your ID. If she don't have an ID, I'm taking you to jail. I'm like, dang, you can really go to jail for that. You can really just go to jail for that, right? So I'm like, fuck that.
We live in a world and in a culture, in a country, right? So where it's a bunch of city girls, hot girls, strong, independent boss chicks that don't need no man, but secretly behind the scenes crying for a man. We know that they make up the bulk. So I gotta be real when I say this. A lot of the men are experiencing an issue with finding women that they can see value in outside of maybe just sticking it and quitting it, you know? So what I've been able to observe is the fact that men don't even necessarily have to have the most beautiful woman, right? If you're a cool chick and you seem to be outgoing and you seem to be somebody that I can talk to and vibe with, you know, you're somebody that's respectable, respectful.
Okay, I'm going to respectfully disagree. I know you listen to me, but I got to respectfully disagree with that. At least as it pertains to me. And the reason is, and this is a very simple and basic thing, it's because the qualities that you describe, women fake it. Women fake those qualities when they're dealing with a man that's more handsome than they are pretty. And fellas, maybe y'all can attest to this. But when a woman is with a man who's more handsome than she is pretty, y'all ever been with a bitch that treated everybody else like shit but you? Now that doesn't mean that she's a good person. That means that she's good to you because she's physically attracted to you. That does not mean that she's a good person. It does not mean that she's a good person. So my point is that, you know, if you think you're getting a good person because you get with the slightly less attractive woman or the less attractive woman because she is nice, she's really just being nice because she can't be beautiful. That's it. She's just being nice because she can't be beautiful. Like what the hell? That's nothing. I would listen, you know. If she's beautiful and nice, then that means that, you know, okay, she's being genuinely beautiful. I mean, she's, put it like this. If she's prettier than I am handsome and she's still a good person, then that means that she treats all of the people that she is prettier than with a certain level of respect. If she's treating me with respect. Now, if she is less pretty than I am handsome, then that could mean that she's only treating people who is more handsome than she is pretty with respect. Which means that she is a downright awful human being inside and out. That's what that means. I tend to veer, and this has caused me trouble in the past, to the more beautiful vessel, especially when that's all I know about them. And I rarely give like a tremendous amount of an additional points for personalities. And that's because personalities can be faked. All of these bitches, you know, all of these hood, you know, eyelash, wig bitches, you know, they're completely different personalities when they're at work. Personalities could be changed. It could be forged. There's a whole lot of things, you know. Intelligence is hard to fake. But no, I go looks first. I go looks first. I go from the top of the deck as far as looks. And yes, I would sooner get rejected by the hotter vessel, than and not give a shit. The underlying philosophy, and I always go, the woman should be prettier than I am handsome. Like, what the fuck?
All of that, yes, I'm going after her, right? So I want to bring that up to say that I don't even think that these women that she's quote unquote competing with.
Now, that being said, I do expect women to have reasonable personalities. Like, the personality requirement is like a static thing. It's like a static thing. Like, like you don't really, it doesn't really change from one to woman, but nevertheless, an ugly chick can't make up for it in personality. You know how many ugly broads out there that try to, pretend to be like, oh yeah, so look at my personality, look at my fuck you.
Are some of the most fine women. She didn't really bring up, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe she'll mention it, or maybe she did, I just didn't catch it. But she didn't bring up that these women were beautiful and drop dead gorgeous and they're just so much prettier than me. She said that they were more bubbly, which means that they were probably more friendly. And we all know men like women that, again, are open. You're not going to be standoffish. You're not going to be walking around.
No, they're prettier too. They're prettier too. Listen. And Tanika, you know this, being an attractive woman yourself, being an exceptionally attractive woman yourself, you know this. Attractive women lead much better lives. And trust me, I know, because you tell your story, especially if you're a Patreon, you hear the nitty gritty. I know that you've had setbacks, but the truth of the matter is that life for you would be a lot worse if you were an ugly bitch. A lot worse. And you know this. And as a result, you can have a more positive outlook on life because life is more positive to you. Therefore, more attractive women tend to lead better lives. Leading better lives lead to having a better disposition and just a more pleasure to be around. So there's a reason, and people misunderstand where this phrase come from. The whole happy wife, happy life thing. The whole happy wife, happy life thing doesn't mean that it's a man's duty to make his wife happy, or else your life will be miserable. No, it means marry a woman who is happy. Don't marry a unhappy bitch hoping that she'll get happy in a marriage. You will be miserable. Marry a woman who is already happy. And beautiful women just so happen to be happier too. Especially if it's like natural beauty. That means that everything has always been better. That means that, they always got a lot of attention when they were kids. It means that they got more Halloween candy when they was trick-or-treating. It means everything. It means that their whole quality of life has been better all the way through. Which means that there is less of that whole misery deserves company or misery wants company thing going on. She's not a miserable person trying to use, you for company. She's a happy person that is going to spread that happiness between you and your children. That's what that means. Beautiful women are just better.
Around, all insecure. Nobody wants that. Nobody likes that. So in her case, she could very well be running into an issue of her just not possessing the confidence that she needs. Her not being able to fully display and showcase her personality because men are prioritizing women's personality over their pretty. And that's just what I'm observing.
little sis, if you're listening, have you ever met a man that overlooked you for a woman with personality? Just press a 1. If you've ever known a man that overlooked you for a woman that looked like her because of her personality, let me know. And your personality is the shit too. Come on now.
But again, fellas, y'all let me know if I'm right or wrong on that. Okay. Is it a thing of you?
Personality tends to follow good looks. I mean, it's not magic. Ugly bitches don't just automatically have, good personalities. They just overcompensate from time to time.
You are prioritizing personality over pretty? Or is it a thing of like, nah, I don't care about your personality. I need somebody that looks good and it is what it is. Okay. Or is it an instance of I need both? I don't want nobody that's average.
Yeah.
I want somebody that's like really, really attractive and she's really somebody that is fun and loving and nurturing and just a great time to be around. Y'all let me know.
Absolutely.
I'll actually go ahead and put a poll in to see
She just
what y'all
described
have to say.
herself.
But feel free to also put it in the chat too. All right.
She just described herself. It's like, what the hell? So she's aware. Danika's aware because she does videos about men are less willing to settle videos. She does those all the time. So yes, we want good looks and personalities. And this isn't like, something that should be incredibly difficult to obtain, especially since we, at least I do, use myself as a baseline. It's like, yes, have a nice personality and be prettier than I am handsome. That's a reasonable ask. Especially, once again, since anybody can have a nice personality. Yeah. Who's not gonna vote? Who's not gonna vote, oh no, I just want pretty looks. I don't care about the personality. Or I just want a nice personality. I don't care about them. They're all gonna say all of the above. Someone says, I'm not going for gargles and ghouls. Listen, if you just so happen to be like a ghoulish looking, George Costanza, Flavor Flav looking nigga, then by all means, it would be easier for you to find like a woman who is prettier than you are handsome if you are not that handsome. But the Idris Elbas and the Boris Kojos of the world, they have like a difficult journey ahead of them, I'm assuming.
But yeah, she's experiencing rejection, and that's her issue. It's not competition, it's not being the winner of the competition. But let's continue. I'm gonna take it back a little bit.
Competing. It felt really competitive to me because when you're in a social setting like a singles mixer where people are there for like common reasons, it becomes really apparent what like the
Is that a muumuu? What the fuck she got on? Is that a muumuu or is that a tablecloth with a hole in it?
stock is, like the food chain. You know what I mean? Like they're always going to be the hot items, the people that everybody wants to talk to. And if you fall outside of that list, you really have to know how to be a good conversationalist.
Well, okay, she brought it up. All right. So it's levels to it, right? And again, like the video, share the video, and subscribe. So on one hand, you could be entering into a situation to where it's like, yeah, they are hotter than me. And not only is it chicks out there that may be hotter than me, but there's also a category of women that are more outgoing and charismatic and, you know, bubbly and conversationalist than I am, you know? So it could be all of those different things, which again is the very things that men have had to endure for a very long time. So welcome to the club, ladies. Y'all are not telling these men nothing that they have not had to experience for themselves. All right. It just does not feel good when you're the one on the opposite end. Like, that's really what it's boiling down to, you know. But men all the time have to run into instances to where, oh, this guy over here, he may look like he has more money than me. He may be taller than me. He may have more muscles than me. He may have a better car than me. He may have a better career than me. You know, maybe he's the type of guy that has more gift to gab than me. Like, so welcome to the club. All right. These men have been talking about this for a very long time.
I agree. I think that it affects that women worry about that like more than men. But yeah, there's always been like a pretty boy in the group, you know. And I'm not Nino Brown. I'm not gonna stab him in the hand like I never liked you anyway, pretty motherfucker. No, I'm I see it as funny and telling as fuck, but I'm not that type. I know when there's a handsome nigga in the group, and that's just what it is. That's, you know, I mean, God distributes his gifts unevenly, and he just gave him a little bit more in that department than he gave me. Fuck it, you know. I don't walk around like, damn, you know, nothing's ever gonna happen for me because of that dude. I don't know why women take it that seriously. But what it's doing, at least in her case, is it seems like it's popping your bubbles. It's popping your bubbles, meaning that you're not as bubbly because you're concerned about the dick that's in your friend's mouth. And you're not really concerning about the ones that could be in yours. Now, I got to talk about the fellas, because men are stupid, particularly niggas. Stupid as hell, because one day I'm walking down the street minding my own damn business, and it was a pack of niggas, and it was two chicks. One of them was slightly hotter than the other, like by half a point, and the one that was slightly hotter than the other was pushing a baby carriage. And she had dyed red hair. And the niggas was across the street saying, "Hey, redhead." And she just kept pushing her stroller. And then the next nigga said, "Hey, redhead." And she just kept pushing. And then a third nigga said, "Hey, redhead." And she just kept pushing. And I'm sitting there thinking like, nigga. And I'm not calling niggas because they were black, even though they were. I'm calling niggas because of their behavior. Like, nigga, it's apparent that she's not going to reply to the word A. It's apparent that A doesn't work. Why in the hell did you think that your A was going to be different than his A? What was the third one thinking? Like, she was just going to stop and cross the street and push the baby stroller across the street and say, "Hey, did you just say A to me? I was hoping that you said A." What the fuck did they expect was going to happen? That's one takeaway from that. But the other one was, you know, a smarter person would probably try his luck with the other one. Like, that's what we did. Like, at least that's what us non-nigga, or, you know, us educated lanes would do. Like, one of them would talk to the other chick. Like, we would approach them separately. Now, there's a number of reasons to do that, but the first advantage is women like to hang out with each other, and we would be giving them opportunity to do that. You know, they love that double date shit. Secondly, you know, they don't want to be in a situation where one accepts and the other rejects. So you're far more likely to gain traction. But thirdly, it works better than just yelling A. So because niggas are stupid and, you know, they only see the prettiest one, I can understand why the second prettiest will feel invisible, even though she would have been highly visible had the non-redhead woman, with the baby stroller. And that's another thing. Why in the hell y'all yelling at the one with the baby stroller? Like, wouldn't you try your luck with the one that's not a mother? I'm not saying because they didn't seem like they were against single moms, but she's less likely to be single. So niggas are stupid. And as a result of this, of the stupidity of niggas, you have women like this. And women like this, y'all got to understand that an ego is a thing that needs to be fed. And most women's ego feeds off of niggas. And I'm not talking about black, African American, or street niggas or whatnot. I'm talking about like the construction worker niggas that, if anytime you're just somewhere yelling random shit at women is a very niggerish thing to do. As much as they complain, it feeds their ego. That is their sole source of ego feeding. Because they don't have husbands and shit that reminds them how beautiful they are every Thanksgiving, or not every Valentine's Day. They don't have stuff like that. Let me play this. It's getting long.
Time. And here's the catch to that, though. The catch to that is the women were the main ones wagging their fingers at the men, talking about, get over it. Why are y'all men just so insecure? Why are y'all men just so shy? Y'all don't want to do this. Y'all don't want to do that. Well, maybe it's because they had to experience what you're experiencing, right? So where maybe they start to feel frustrated when they're being overlooked, or they start to feel insecure when some other guy is getting more attention, whatever. So mighty fine.
I do not get insecure when another guy gets more attention. What do I get? It's not really jealousy. Maybe you could call it envy. Yeah, you could call it envy. I wish I was fucking this bitch. He's fucking the bitch I want to fuck. I'm envious. I'm envious of whoever's fucking Kelly Stamps right now. The African dude that's fucking Chloe Bailey? Shit. So, Now, nothing in the world will, I know that if he wasn't, it doesn't mean that I would, and I don't hate him and I don't feel less than because he is and I'm not, but I mean, it's rational. I don't give a shit. It's like, oh shit, Like, if he wasn't fucking her pussy would be empty. So but women, they take that shit to heart.
How the tables have turned and the sentiments are changing along with it, right? I bet a lot of y'all women will have a lot more respect for the men who do approach y'all, who do go out their ways to try to make connections and everything, because that's
all right. The short answer to that is no. Somebody said, and I know you're joking, but he says, if I date Kelly Stamps, you would ban me. No, I wouldn't. And maybe this is an Oakland thing, but that player hating shit, that does not fly. That does not fly with me. I congratulate. And every now and again, if y'all listen to me long enough, every now and again, I'll have a friend on my show, or they'll come to movie night or something like that. And you can ask them, and nobody will ever tell you that I've ever done some shit like that.
It's not an easy task. Being presented with the strong possibility of being rejected and or disrespected, it's a lot, Because I'm going to be real, all right? And like the video, I'm going to be real. When it comes to men, they will let a woman down way more easier than what a woman would do for
that
them.
is some truth.
They get
that is some truth. And that's because our ego isn't wrapped in how harsh we reject them. Because what the women are doing when they give what I call like an atomic rejection, Tanika's on point. The reason why they did that is because they want to tell their friends that they had to do that. You know, they want to tell their friends that they had to do that because it makes them seem as if they are so frustrated by being overwhelmed with interest that they have to resort to atomic rejection. But even though they haven't rejected anybody in about 4 months, when they do, they have to, you know, they want to make a story out of it. They want to have a story to tell about it. Because that's their only opportunity to do so. But yeah, I'm polite when I reject, and I reject from time to time. Actually, every now and again, I have to reject dudes. And that's just, I don't know if y'all have to do that. Maybe in California, people don't have to, or outside of California, people don't have to do that shit. And it doesn't happen all the time, but it happens. And it's never anything personal. It's, you know, I understand that, you know, you have interests that I don't share. So every now and again, I have to reject a dude or an unsightly woman. But I don't gain anything from being an asshole about it. I don't. In fact, because what I tell the women is that I'm in a committed relationship. That's what I tell these bras. But and I say that whether I'm in one or I'm not. But there was one time, and I'll tell you this story, where I had to be harsh. And it was her fault for approaching me this way. I'm going to repeat this. It was her fault for approaching me this way, right? I'm at a music festival. And I'm eyeing this chick, right? I mean, this chick has some Danica Marie style titties, you know, pretty face. You know, she did she have glasses on? No, she didn't have glasses on. But she was just a very attractive, her legs was on point too. She was a very attractive woman, right? And she was wearing a shirt to where I could see the inner titties, which is my favorite non-nipple part of the titties. And I was gonna shoot my shot, but she came to me first. And she said to me, do you have a wife or a girlfriend? And I said, no. I said, no, I don't. And I'm thinking that she was saying that so she could shoot her shot. And then she said, in front of her cousin, by the way, because we were sitting. It's an outdoor event, but it wasn't assigned seating. So you just brought your own chair and you posted it wherever you want to watch the show. And we were sitting next to each other, and her cousin was to her right. So when she asked me this, I was sitting to her left, and she said, oh, well, you know, my cousin wanted to know if y'all wanted to get together. If you want to get together with her. And I'm thinking like, bitch! If the cousin had asked me if I had a girlfriend, I would have said yes. But you asked me if I had a girlfriend, knowing that I would say no. Who's going to say yes to those titties? Who's going to say, yes, I have a girlfriend when those titties are asking? You knew I was going to say, no, I don't. And then you use my unguard to try to hook your cousin up with some dick. So I was less polite. I was still polite, but I said, within earshot of the cousin, no, thank you. She's not my type. By the way, you are my type. That did not stop my pursuit of them titties. By the way, you are my type. And I don't know if she said that, she wasn't interested or she had a boyfriend or something like that. But whatever it was, she kept her rejection mild too. So that was the only time I had to, that was one of the few times that I had to really like break a heart, so to speak. But me just doing it for the sake of doing it, it's not my speed. If the cousin would have came to me, I would have politely said I had a girlfriend.
Way more grace. I've never seen a man say, "Oh, girl, get away from me. You too big. You too ugly. You too tall. You too short. You too skinny." I ain't never seen it. Now, they may say things behind the scenes, sure. But to your face, no.
True.
Whereas women have been like, boy, please, I would never talk to you. First of all, you're this, you don't have that. So can you imagine?
So Danica has several times called me petty because of the shit that I do. I guess I can be a petty dude. But she didn't know me when I was her age. If she thinks I'm petty. By the way, the last time she called me petty was Shay Sade sent the super chat. And I sent the super chat. I sent the same amount plus 1 penny. And I said just to one up Shay Sade because I like doing shit like that. Shout out to Shay Sade. But if you think I'm petty now, you did not know me when I was your age and younger. You did not know me. If you think I am fucking petty now, you do not know me like from back in the day. I would, trust me, in the same paragraph, I will try to fuck and roast the fuck out of you. Like immediately. If you feel that I'm that nigga that you could just do an atomic rejection to and go unscathed, you all of your insecurities will come out like right then and right there. I did that shit fucking regularly. And it would surprise a bitch that she could get roasted by a dude that just tried to fuck. Like because in her brain, because she never met a dude like GameChanger. In her brain, she thinks that me wanting to fuck just completely invalidates any insult that I give her. Because she can return like, yeah, but you want this pussy. I'm like, everybody want pussy. You short-toed bitch. Everybody wants pussy. I'm not going to want to fucking look at you while I'm fucking you. All right? I want to fuck you while picturing a better looking bitch. I would go the fuck off all the fucking time. I would say, bitch, I will fuck anything. It's not a compliment. Like, I would do that shit all the fucking time. Y'all think I'm petty today. Back in the day, I was petty as fuck. You did not want to atomic reject me.
The level of anxiety that maybe men have, because you don't know what you're going to get from this woman when you approach her. Whereas a man will be like, oh, no, thank you, sweetheart. I'm taken already, even if he got to lie. Or men are so careful about women's feelings that they would even on accident string you along just from hurting your feelings. Like, dang, I don't like her. Okay. I don't even find her to be attractive, but maybe she's a cool chick. And, maybe we could vibe out and hang out. Maybe, So I've seen that happen, but just something to think about. But let's continue.
And when I'm by myself, I'm not.
I did that too. And Danica's right. I don't know how she knows this, but she is right. And what I mean by that is I don't know how Danica knows how men treat unattractive women because she's not an unattractive woman. unless she was at some point in her life. But I don't know if y'all have done this, but I have like went on entire dates with women who are not too hot that I had no sexual interest in, just to be nice. And the reason for that is, one, it's part of not being an asshole, you know, kicking a dog or what have you. Oh, Danika's back. One is for one, is part of not being an asshole, kicking a dog, or what have you. But another reason, and this is me thinking strategically. Somebody said I never did that. GCU, wow. And you see, no, I'm smarter than you. I'm smarter than you, educated Tyrone. And here's how. Women like to talk. And the least attractive women are typically the most aggressive, especially when there's multiple interests. The least attractive women are the most aggressive. Here's what I mean by that. Say you walk into a setting, whether it's work or a classroom or a nightclub or something like that, and there's about 3 women who are friends with each other and they're all interested in you. It will be the least attractive woman that approaches you. Now, you could be an atomic rejecting asshole if you want to be, but you would lose complete and total access to her more attractive friends. You do. You have to be strategic. My strategy, because I'm smarter than educated Tyrone, my strategy is to date the unattractive one, because telling her no will put the fear of rejection in the other women in that circle. And since all women don't want to be rejected and they don't know what's your baseline of rejection, so you want to say, okay, I'll give it a chance. I'll give it a chance with this less attractive woman. And then you date her, and then, you know, things don't work out. Now the more attractive women know that you are willing to date, that you do not reject so readily. That's what they know. They know that you are willing to date women who are less attractive than them, meaning that you are willing to date them. And that's the message that you receive. Why? Educate Tyrone. See, you have to be like the new dude in a job to understand that. When you're the new dude at a job, you know, that's what they do. They get together in a circle and then they call dibs. And the ugliest chick always say dibs first. That's just the way it is. And you can't just say no to her and then embrace her friend because, or another chick at the job, because then what winds up happening is, you know, she don't want to cause that friction between, you know, the one that approached you and her and herself. It's a delicate balance. You got to be strategic. Let me see what y'all got to say. It was a time I was not, but I was rejected badly. Let's see, LOL. I had a best friend that was cute and nice, but she was big and kind of lame. Any guys would do that to her. Oh, you said, and guys, you talking about what I did to the woman at the music festival? They would they would just be cruel, or they would just, oh, you're saying that they would do what I was doing, what I was just describing, and they would date her with really designed on getting with you. That's what you're saying? Because yes, I could see that. It's like, okay, you don't want to be a complete asshole, because then you lose your chance at, you know, you basically just want her friend to report back to Danica, he's a good guy, we just weren't compatible. That is the best thing you can do. That's the best thing. He's a good guy, but we just weren't compatible. Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, to be fair, what else could we do? What else can we do? We can't just, we can't just reject her and then talk to you in the same breath. We can't. So we have to, and that's to, get closer into the circle, and then, maybe, hopefully there's a trade-off. Yeah. I got another story about a trade-off, but I'm gonna save that one for later.
And it's just an L that I had to take. But y'all, I left feeling so defeated because I was like, oh my God, I had so much steam. I was so excited to just go out there and push myself. And I did not. I felt like I let myself down. Like, I didn't feel good at the end of it. I felt like I was a loser.
Oh.
Well, I mean, okay. I want to say to her, the advice I would give to her is tougher skin. Tougher skin. Because everybody's a loser. If you take one event where a person is more interested in another person than they are you, then everybody's a loser. Like that is what it is. Like, there's been women who's been more interested than me, than my friend. That doesn't make, I mean, at least in their brain, they're not losers. And vice versa. That doesn't really make you a loser. It means that you lost, but a single instance of loss doesn't make one a loser. Just like a person who lies, from time to time, like, if a cop asks, do you know how fast you were going type thing, it doesn't mean you're a liar. It's not a brand that you take in your life. What it means that in this particular instance with this particular guy, he preferred your friend over you. That's all that means. And that's all it means when it happens to guys too. And I get it, men are built for rejection, women aren't. And also, women have a completely different definition of rejection. Because men actually have to be rejected to be rejected. Women feel that not being embraced is a rejection. And that's not a rejection. Like, a man not speaking to you is not a rejection. You speaking to a man and he's saying he's not interested is a rejection, which happens to men far more often. So she definitely needs thicker skin if she wants to, and a different outfit if she wants to date in modern times. See what Danica has to say.
Yeah, and I am so sorry to keep on like comparing, but
all right, give it a second. Joe Blow says being ignored is rejection for a woman. It's passive and women have no control. From a man's point of view, that definitely comes off as arrogant, because it means that there is an expectation of interest, that I expect a guy to talk to me. Anything but that is a rejection. That is a very arrogant perspective.
this is what the men have been experiencing for decades, right? To where they do feel like a loser. And you know what's even worse? Like I just said, the women would actually tell them, you're a loser.
Maybe I'm built different, but a bitch should tell me that directly to my face, and I still would not feel that way. I still will not feel that way. quick story. I was online dating. So this was over 10 years ago, because that's back when I used to online date. And asked a woman for a number. She gave me a number. This was the dumbest thing ever. She gave me the number. Okay, by the way, I don't do this anymore, but I did this before, but I've grown since then and I've become wiser. She actually didn't live locally. She lived in New York. And the number that she gave me was the telephone number to the New York City subway station. I'm like, that's weird. Like, why give me any number if you're going to give me, like, why give a fake number if I'm contacting you online? That was very weird. So she was a little dense. And then I hit her back online, and I was like, says, sounds like my life. That does not, I mean, if that happens all the time, focus on your wins. I don't even like trip off shit like that. That's why I'm telling y'all this story. But I hit her back online, like, why'd you give me the wrong number? And she said, because if you want this, you gotta pay for it, right? I'm thinking like, oh, so you just charge people for sex? And she was like, when they look like you, they do. And I was like, dang, that was a harsh rejection from a hoe, a stupid hoe. I'm like, listen, if you're on here selling pussy, then what's with the insults? And what's with the fake numbers? Like, if you're gonna sell pussy, just sell the damn pussy. So I simply replied, you'll never be worth more than your pussy. And that is the truest thing to say to a hoe. And deep down, she knows it, and she overvalues the pussy. Like so she was upset. She replied. She actually gave me like a lot of energy in response, even though I gave like a true and valid thing. Like, like you was just saying, I'm hurtful to be hurtful. Like, or you was just saying, like, hey, with your face, you gotta pay. It's like, listen, there's uglier niggas online, I'm sure. So, and there's more handsome ones online, I'm sure too. But you're a hoe and you're just trying to sell box, hoping that you can just diminish my self-esteem so low that I would fucking buy your New York pussy from California. Fuck that. But nevertheless, she was severely hurt. She was hurt. Don't let these bras get in your head and lower your self-esteem. Fuck that nasty hoe New York bitch. She's like old and used up by now. This is like 15 years ago. This chick, if she was 30, she's 45 now. Fuck her. Don't let these bras get into your head no matter what they say. And that goes to you, Christy.
Get out of my face. Why are you talking to me? And I'm going to say this, like the video, okay? Ladies, you better get used to it. We're living in a new day and age, in a new time, to where men, they're not going out of their ways to, try to find a woman, connect with a woman, so on and so forth. So the men who are, you're going to have to compete for them. Because there's going to be a lot of women out there that are in search for love, a relationship, commitment. And so if we only have a select few of men out there that are putting themselves on the market, it's going to be probably about 10 women surrounding one man, and don't let him be attractive, and don't let him be successful, don't let him be a good catch, because that's where it's going to get real steep in the competition department. And what are y'all going to do then? See, ladies, all of that I am the prize talk, it backfired on y'all really bad. See, y'all walking around like you were the good catch. You were the one that needed to be chased. And all of those different components and elements, that is what contributed to a lot of men saying, you know what, I'm done with this. Let me focus on myself. So now y'all are in a position to where y'all are having to be catty and very competitive and everything of that sort amongst each other, because y'all have ran a lot of the good men off. So the ones that y'all have left, yeah, y'all gonna have to scrap for them, sis. You're gonna have to scrap for them, and that's gonna take for a lot of y'all to humble yourselves, drop the ego, and do some work, because a lot of y'all have had to come to grips with the reality of you were not the prize. It was a whole lot of other chicks out there that were ready and willing to put that work in. So while you were waiting around on a man to chase you, he was actually running away from you.
Okay. Danica is a lot smarter than the average woman, and her life's results reflect this, which is why she is overestimating the length of time it will take for women, the plurality of women, to come to her conclusion. Because keep in mind, the nigga's in her 30s, but she came to this conclusion in her 20s, maybe even late teens. She came to it at a very, very young age. And that's because she's smart. And this isn't me gassing her up. That's because she's smarter. Like if you figured out calculus at 12 versus 18 or 20 or something like that, it's because you are smarter. And she's figured this out at a very young age. There are women in their 30s and 40s that, still haven't figured it out. Vivica Fox is walking around with a fake ass at 60 years old, and she still haven't figured that shit out. So you got to understand that you're dealing with she hasn't figured out humility. She hasn't figured out humility is the key yet. She feels that ass is the key because she's stupid. It's not like you didn't have ass back in the day and, what did that get you? So she's stupid like that. And a lot of women are. So it's unfortunate, but they're not going to come to a conclusion at a timely age. And even if they ever do yield results, it's because they'll feel like it's due to successful manipulation, not genuine humility. Meaning that, because I agree, men do appreciate humility, and a woman who could check for the value in a man, not over evaluating or, over appraising her own value. But they'll just look at that as if it is successful, they'll look at it as a sprinkle tactic, and it's not genuine humility. And even if it does come from a place of genuine humility, once they reach their goal and get the choice guy that they got due to their humbled state, they're going to be taken out of that humble state because they got the choice guy.
Yeah. And now look at y'all. Like, well, dang, like, what's going on? Well, like I always say, oftentimes women create the very situations that they complain about. Now y'all are having to go to singles mixers to go and find a man that y'all gotta all fight over. You know what I mean? Like, that is crazy to me. And it's all because y'all have turned men off so badly. So it's like, man, forget this. I got better things to do with my time.
That, and there's a success rate. Singles events. What's that? Let me check for cash apps. But singles events need a certain success rate in order for guys to not stay home and jack off. I'm going to repeat that. Singles events need a certain success rate in order to get a guy to not stay home and jack off or play video games or do whatever. It's like, let's just say his hobby is playing basketball. The only thing, I'm not going to go to a singles event when I could be out with my boys playing basketball unless there's a reasonable chance of me receiving something that I want. That's how we operate. There's not really a high success rate at singles events. Take her, for example. She's not really focused on if she got a man or not, or if she got the man that she found so attractive. She's really focused on the fact that she lost a competition to her friend. That's what she's focused on. She's not saying, this guy could have been my husband, blah, 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 blah. No, you just wanted him to pick you over her. See, we don't have anything to gain from your competition, from judging your competition, from your internal beauty contests. We don't have anything to gain. And that's why I'm sick of you brothers. You thumb niggas. And if a thumb nigga, I'm talking about you. Except when you hit the like button in my chat. But I'm talking about you that like the Instagram posts and stuff. Listen, all you're doing is just contributing to a competition that they're having with each other. You don't get anything from that. Have you ever pressed the like button on a woman's Instagram and she fucked you? So what's the point? I tell you, what is the point in doing that? This guy, I bet you he didn't fuck her friend either. And he's not going to go to the next singles mixer. See, Danika's right when she says that, women haven't really haven't made the dating environment beneficial to men. And I'm paraphrasing. We're not going to leave our couch. We're not going to leave the gym. We're not going to leave work early. We're not going to put the cologne on unless it is a reasonable opportunity for me to fuck. And these singles events have not presented men with reasonable opportunity to fuck. It's just women like you who are just going there to feed her ego. Well, he's there to feed his penis. So if you're not going to give some quid pro quo, he's not going to go. And I'm not saying go to places to slut it up, but god damn. At least go there to look for a long-term relationship, which begins with sexual contact. But no, y'all just going there to feed your ego. And the only men that are there are ones that don't know that yet.
So ladies, good luck. That's all I can really say to y'all is good luck with this. I knew that this day would come. And yeah, I told you so once again. Now, I want to say this before I wrap this up. Ladies, with the climate being what it is, and this grand shift happening, how it happened, I'm going to need for a lot of y'all to step y'all's games up. No more of this entitled, selfish, needy, greedy behavior. Y'all are gonna have to really show and prove to these men y'all's value. Because I'm gonna always say this: the men of today do not need you. Y'all have created that type of circumstance and situation because you are not trying to show and prove your.
Okay, let me respond to this before I go deeper into Danika's bars. But it says, I just got blocked by Celebrity Lady on Instagram like a day or two ago. Why in the hell? So, yeah, you see what thumb up in her gotcha? Like, what did you think was going to happen? I'm going to DM this celebrity and this is going to end with me fucking her somehow. What the hell? No, you just blew up her ego. You just added to her. See, Danika's right. They are playing games and they do need to step their game up, but they're playing a different game. They're not playing a game where the prize is a healthy relationship. They're playing a game where their prize is to stunt on the next celebrity bitch. And I don't want to play that game with you, but you do, Chris, and look at what it got you. Look at what it got you. Celebrity answer their DMs sometimes, GC. Do they answer it with some pussy? Do they answer it with their pussy? What the fuck? You think I give a shit? So I DM Chloe Bailey. All right. I DM Chloe Bailey and or that light-skinned joint from Game of Thrones. And she responds like, hey, GC, nice looking chess piece, or whatever she says. What am I going to do with that? Listen, I'm not saying it doesn't lead anywhere. It may lead to a response back. And then you respond back to that. Does it lead to you fucking? If not, I don't want to hear it. I'm not interested in a long-term back and forth exchange with not Kelly Stamps, but with Chloe Bailey. I want to fuck you just the same way that Idris did on that swarm scene where dude from Snowfall was hitting it from the back and he was just pounding your shit. Unless I'm doing that, I don't want to hear shit. Value your time better, fellas. I'm not saying don't shoot your shot if you were in the vicinity of Chloe Bailey, Chris. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that ain't no future in your thumbing.
Value. So the men were like, well, what's the point in being with you then? And you know what happened? The men cut y'all off and learned how to play your role for themselves by themselves. What do I mean by that? Oh, I'll tell you. I'll give myself loyalty. I'll give myself love. I'll cook for myself. I'll clean for myself. I'll cater to myself. You know? Since you're not going to do it, let me do it for me. And
you hear this, Chris? Do for yourself and get out these bras DMs.
And by y'all extending the men that type of time to be by themselves, it was a recipe for your own downfall. And look at y'all now, feeling like losers. And y'all know what the real reality check of it is? It's because you are. You are a loser. But that's okay, because you can always improve. You can always do the self-reflection, the self-work, and hopefully you can evolve, mature, grow, and actually become an asset to a man's life instead of walking around like you're a prize. You know, but the men today, they know their value. They know what they bring to the quote unquote table. Now it's the women's turn to show and prove. And it's looking like y'all not taking it well. Po little tink tinks. But anyway, y'all like the video, share the video, and subscribe. I look forward to something you got to say in the comment section. Brothers, y'all let me know.
All right, so any comment that you have on my video reviewing hers, say it on her video, and then I'll see it over there and I'll respond. That's how that works. And that way she could see it too. But here, let me stop the screen share. And then it'll get more traction because she has more viewers. So let's see. Chloe needs an educated lane like GC. I mean, if she likes me, she likes me. If she don't, she. It's not. I don't even know if the dude she's with is like an educated lame or not. I just know he's African. But no, I don't. You know, I don't like rely on my educated lameness to seduce. It's not the end of the world. Like I said, I'm not a loser if Chloe Bailey shoots me down. That's not the end all be all of vaginas and shit. But she is. Her eyes, her lips, and her curves just sets her a cut above the rest. Now, I will say this. She looks good for today. She looks good for today. And the reason why I say that is because Black female entertainers today look like complete shit. They look like some Suki Hana, sexy red Lizzo looking nasty bitches. They are not attractive. We didn't even let bitches like that on stage in my day, and my Lauryn Hill day, and my Alicia Keys day, and my Ashanti day, and my Monica day, and my what's her name? That light-skinned chick that married herself, and my Maya day, and my Chili from TLC, really all of TLC day, and my Destiny Child day. We didn't let some of these ratchet ass, nasty looking ratty bitches on stage. Not in my Kelly Rowland day. So yes, she looks good for today. Looking at the crap that y'all have on stage now, the worst we got was Missy Elliott and Queen Latifah, and they was on their own shit. Oh, and Aaliyah, rest in peace with that. Oh my God, I had to put her in the back of my brain because it always bothered me that R. Kelly might have pissed on her, but still, y'all got some garbage bitches nowadays. And Chloe Bailey just so happens to be the best of the not so good. But she is an exceptionally attractive woman. Let's not get that twisted. Yeah, she wasn't around for very long, but she did hit the industry by storm because that combined with her petite frame, combined with her extremely pretty face and her dance moves, which was a unique form of dance, at least in that time, and I think even today, really just put her above that. Maya was a lot thicker. I've seen her in real life. She's a lot thicker than, I'm not talking fat thick. I'm talking about thick in real life. Too dark, eyes too wide apart, braids, all no moment. Okay, well, we all have our thing that we like. All right, y'all talking to each other. Let's see. I don't know who Ari Lennox is. Why are y'all in these broads inboxes? I thought I'd teach y'all better. What the hell? Hold on. Like I tell you all the time, my crush is Kelly Stamps. She'll never catch me in her fucking inbox. What the hell? Why do y'all waste y'all time in if you know effort is not going to yield reward? Value your time better. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. This is a damn shame. I'm talking to myself up here. She'll be slightly above, in my opinion, but that's because I have like certain fetishes. Yes, so the bar is low. Back in the 80s, you find mixed women ruling, like Vanessa Williams. She was an attractive woman. In the 90s, even with Keisha, gone downhill. Talking about Keisha Cole or just like the plurality of Keisha? Yeah. Joe Blow shot people. Why are y'all don't talk like that in my chat? Don't talk weird. Well, I don't think I want to. I never seen Latifah or Missy's Skin Malone. I don't think I want to. Just saw England pathetic. Okay. I came out of basic training hearing about her dying. Yeah, it was sad. But admit it, if she was ugly, I wouldn't give a shit. Admit that. Admit that. Embrace your shallowness. Embrace your shallowness. You only care because she was an extraordinarily attractive woman. You feel it was a waste. Same with Lucy Left Eye Lopez. I don't know who Tyler is. I don't listen to modern music. So if y'all just so happens to have like a bunch of, baddies that I don't know about, it's because I don't listen to modern music. But the ones who make headlines and shit she is a pretty woman. I just typed in Tyler. The ones who make headlines is because of the stupid shit that they do for attention, just so happen to not be attractive. So yeah, it could be that unattractive woman like Sexy Red, I don't find particularly attractive, have to do stunts for attention where beautiful women need only be beautiful. Maya was smoking hottie, D. Scott. She had those great legs. I heard she was a bitch. To people who serve her. And by people, like donut people and shit. Like if you just so happens to be like an entry-level worker on set, like a wardrobe or a makeup person or something, I heard that she was and I heard this from a person like that she was a complete total bitch. I don't have Instagram. I don't either. GameChanger has an Instagram. I don't. Okay, Keisha in general. Yeah. Embrace your ancientness. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with wanting what you want. She isn't known for her music. She's known because she's fine. I mean, but you still have to like I wouldn't know Chloe Bailey because I never heard like her song. I never heard any of her music ever. But I know her because she was an actress too. And she was on a show called Grownish. And I thought she was the hottest there. But and her sister's a close second. Don't get me wrong. Her sister's a close second. Yeah. Okay. Like I said, I have certain things that I like that Chloe Bailey just not everybody's are like lip man. I'm a lip man. I love full lips. Especially if they're glossy. Okay, let's see. Listen, you have to have a way. Okay, I don't listen to modern music and I don't Instagram. So a woman is not an attractive woman is not going to come into my psyche because I don't do these things. So no, I don't know her. I've never seen her. Hold on, I'll type her in now. Okay, here's the thing about her. Oh dang, you dudes. Here's the first picture that came up on her. So, and this is my first impression. Now, my first impression of her is whatever the fuck it is she's doing here, where she has her pinky on her gums. I see a lot of niggas do that. And so now in my brain, she looked like a gold tooth nigga with no gold teeth. And she might be an attractive woman, but I'm tainted. You know, she has a great body, and I like the underneath titty. But yeah, it's tainted. What the fuck is that? I already looked up Tyler. She's a very pretty girl. I still give it to Chloe because she hits the markers that I like. Yeah, it's not a good picture if she's good looking. You know, like don't do ghetto shit. Like or else you just like you fucking taint yourself in front of me. You look like a Flavor of Love bitch. Like that was the worst. I mean, you know, she could be like a, you know, what do they call it? A Bridget, but fuck if I know. Like at first impression. Yeah, so that was a bad first impression of her. What can I say? Like, you know, let's see. Maya had a daddy complex. Ain't nobody as good as my daddy. Maya had a fucking stuck-up, light-skinned bitch complex. God damn. I just seen Tyler. Why do y'all niggas just want to, like, lick Tyler's tits? All right, TYLA. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'm not taking I already said she's an attractive woman. What do y'all want me to say? Okay, I'm looking at some more pictures. She does have like a sweet. She does look like a sweetheart, in addition to being pretty, which I also like. Ooh, she got food and shit. Okay, so yeah, she's so Chloe Bailey has some competition. Yeah. She got food and shit. So I'm gonna do a video on cooking with Kaya because apparently, somebody turned off her Twitter or TikTok or something like that. So I'm definitely going to do a video on that. And watching her cook reminds me of that. So that's what I want to see. I want to see more beautiful women in the kitchen. Yeah, that's what we want. See, that's the fourth F that Kevin Samuels forgot about. Fit, feminine, friendly food. In that order. Fit, feminine, friendly food. That's what we want. And maybe I'm saying that because I'm hungry right now. I'm about to eat me some Mexican food. But it says, well, she stuck up because she's light-skinned, damn near white, good hair, LOL. That's my type. I mean, all right. She has other attributes besides that. But it's something about a woman that can dance that turns me on. And Maya and Aaliyah can dance. And that, I mean, in addition to being attractive women, that was the extra hook. Both of whom are younger than me, but didn't stop me. But like, ooh, these are cuties. But it wasn't the light skin in this. I don't know why people keep reverting to that. But yeah, it was something about the way Maya danced. And then later, it was always and now that I'm looking back at it, I think it was just because of career decline. But Maya used to always be like at regular people shit. Like at Howard Homecoming and stuff. Like she would always be in regular places, which kind of gave her like a around the way, just like a real person type feel. So was Megan Good. They were always, I mean, Maya being, in Atlanta and stuff like that, but still when I would go for HBCU events, I would see Maya there. Like she was always into like regular stuff, which I don't know. That just made them seem real. But from what I hear from people who deal with her, she's not a nice person. I've never heard that about Megan Good. She's always been like a cool person. Oh, her music's not bad either. I'm not even gonna take a chance. I swear, I haven't listened to like new shit since like 2008. And like in passing or at the gym or something, I never see. But I don't play black music at the gym. At my gym, they play K-pop. But I never see or hear shit that I like. In fact, the more I listen to y'all music, the more I think y'all retarded. I'm gonna keep it a buck. So I don't. But hey, maybe I'll listen to something and y'all prove me wrong. Evidently, Maya was blackballed because she wasn't down with the casting couch. Yes, she was. And this isn't me saying anything about Maya in particular, or anything like that. Peace to Nika. I'm about to close up anyway. When I close up, I'm about to go to Shay Shardays, so y'all meet me there. But nobody who's had a career is going to tank it because they refuse to do a casting couch. That's just not, it's not worth it in the scheme of things. You know, and any woman, well, not any woman, but any woman who is single and has been consistently single throughout her 40s, or until her 40s, is not going to not do that if given the opportunity. And that goes double if they actually tasted the fame and the fortune. You're not, I mean, think about what you're saying for a second. In order for that to be the case, she would have to go from riches to rags and stay in the rags just for the satisfaction of saying, I didn't let him hit it. Knowing that either nobody is hitting it or some dudes that you have let hit it and you regret it. So nah, it doesn't work that. Either she did or she didn't turn down the opportunity for that. And this isn't me calling her a hoe or anything. I'm just saying that that's just the way things are. You know, it's a small exchange. In the scheme of things, it is a very small exchange. Unless you have other, you know, either religious or personal lifestyle reasons that you don't want to do it. It's a small exchange for something that you've given freely to others to reserve for riches. You know, that, yeah. Lil Jon was the last what? Well, yeah, he was the last what? All right, I'm about to go see what Shay Sharday talking about. So I'd like to thank everybody that participated. And yeah, this is GameChanger 00100. Game over. Peace.